You built a monster. No breath, no heartbeat, just static remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You build the We have an update to Project Motor Racing. I don't know what it's done. Just showed me an update. I'm trying to find it. They said they were going to announce an ETA for an update. I don't know if this update was their next one, the real one, or this was just a quick, small update. Patch is rolling out now. New patch is rolling out now. 1.070. Find it. All right. 1.5.0.1. That is a lot. Alright, an update for Project Motor Racing is beginning to roll out across all platforms. This patch brings dozens of fixes and improvements across the board, including important enhancements to GT3 and tweaks to LMDH. That's good because those are the most popular cars and most complained about, even though I don't really care about them, honestly. I don't play this game for the cars that are in every other sim. Online and multiplayer added a new warning message when the game client is outdated and cannot play online. Fixed a missing callback that caused version mismatch, connection failures. Fix an issue where selecting a line. You know what? Let me just do this. Let's make this a bit. There you go. Okay. So, Fix an issue where selecting a lobby on a different backend prevented selecting other lobbies. Lobby details are now fetched only when attempting to join. Fix an LUA error caused by incorrect parameter ordering, failed social event matchmaking. Fix an issue where players could fail to sign in due to legacy avatars. The music. Hold on. There. Alright, fix an issue where players could fail to sign in due to legacy avatar data. Improved shutdown handling of audio graphs when network users disconnect. Improved server performance. Fixed a crash caused by processing the lobby list twice. Fixed missing text and player reporting dialogue. Fixed a crash when finishing a social race. Alright. Stability and systems. Added protection in audio code to prevent rare invalid value NAND errors. Addressed fast math divergence between platforms to improve simulation consistency. Fixed incorrect vehicles showing up in license test after starting an endurance race. Added additional null pointer protection and increased memory headroom for true track presets to resolve rare crashes. Fixed a memory leak in true to track preset handling. Improved code logic to prevent unexplained crashes during audio and gameplay operations. Alright. None of that was something that I ever noticed personally. But let's see. Gameplay. First infringement penalty warning added based on feedback. Thank you. I mean, in my opinion, the way their handout the penalties, they need to give you a lot of warnings, but disabled frame rate limiter during replays, that's huge. Tire warmer setting now defaults on in new profiles. Fixed an issue where certain vehicle setups values were not applied to physics when loading setups. Removed debug page up, page down camera cycle keys. Reduced skid audio sensitivity on dry tires for clearer feedback during understeer. Improved pit exit behavior. Overlapping exit lines no longer allow unsafe merges. Alright. First time user experience. Fixed soft lock and backspace issues during calibration. Updated first time user experience. Assist preset for better values. Alright. Sure. Driver AI. Here we go. Improved AI lateral awareness to combat AI driver blind spots. Improved AI driver engine stall restart logic. Enhanced AI logic to help combat AI to player collisions. We'll see. We're going to test this all. This is perfect timing. General fixes. Mazda RX-7 added front chassis blocker. Panos updated dive planes and corrected attachment across all LODs. Porsche 911 GT3 2004 improved cockpit mirror vibration. Camaro ZL1 GT4 adjusted brake light physical position. Corvette C5R, Mercedes CLK, Toyota Supra GT4 added missing window banner shadow meshes. All right. LMDH enhanced traction control behavior at low speeds. Iterated on cold tire fallout and steering rack speed. Aston Martin Valkyrie applied new performance data as part of pad driving. Additional menu adjustments applied to support improved drivability based on player feedback. So I have to wonder if they fixed the actual tire bug and they just didn't say they did because they didn't want to admit it. But we'll see. Al Borg, what's going on? I'm just reading through the patch notes of the latest update for Project Motor Racing. GT3 altered grip fallout at slip for more consistent handling, standardized steering, tie rod, and damping stiffness for a tighter, more unified feel. Updated tire adhesive fall off across all compounds. Added slight cold temperature fall off to balance increased grip. Improved default setups to all GT3 cars based on player feedback. Good. I mean, if they do everything they're saying, that's all good. GT3 handling revision. Adjusted decel torque and engine inertia. Updated throttle blip behavior. Cars now roll more naturally into corners. Note, may require brake bias adjustments. So I'm going to test out some of the GT3 and LMDH default physics and see, because it appears that there's a way to fix almost everything in the game through tweaking force feedback and stuff, but you shouldn't have to do that. You should have a solid default and then you tweak to your personal kind of driving preference. GT3 adjusted adhesive grip fallout across all compounds to align with GT3 improvements. Improved default setups to all GT4 cars based on player feedback. All good, all good. Nope. Let's see. Improved default setups to all GT4 cars based on player feedback. Good. Porsche 992 Cup. Improved default setups based on player feedback. Good. Nordschleife. Reduced brightness and opacity of ground and wall graffiti. Okay. Other tracks. Zolder reopened garages that were unintentionally closed. Nürburgring GP. Restored missing dressing for sprint layout. Audio. Added cockpit RTPC parameter to improve exhaust attenuation in the Valkyrie. Updated Valkyrie audio, added subwave rebalance exhaust, boosted mid-frequencies, replaced and remixed engine audio for the Porsche 963 and the Peugeot 9X8, input force feedback hardware and hardware support, new supported devices, steering wheel, wheelbases, shifters. Never heard of that H-pattern, generic H7R shifter, SimLab, Ori, Kama C12, so plenty of your stuff. I'm not going to read them all. They're all there. Alright, general controllers, yep. Alright, well, these are the pedals that I'm running here, so... Updated Simagic P1000 pedals to correct an outdated PID. Fixed an issue affecting some Logitech wheels around rotary dials. I do know some Logitech guys who are having some issues, especially on PS5. So, I don't know. I haven't noticed anything that would say that there's an issue with my wheel or anything like that where it needs an update. The only thing I need an update for with my wheel is from the Simagic software to give me telemetry access to the game. Well, this is all good. The real question is, does any of the stuff they say, did any of it get fixed? Well. Oop, wrong one. We're going to find out. This is good timing. That excites me. Because I wasn't sure what I was going to stream today in terms of, I think I was going to do like some comparisons, but we're going to jump into it now. Nervsy, yo, you put it to the test yet? Nope, I'm about to do that right now. I literally just read the patch notes, because it's funny, I wasn't sure what I was going to stream entirely today. I wanted to do some AMS2 compared to Project Motor Racing and maybe some ACC and also maybe even some Rennsport just to try and compare everything. But this gives me now, because this is the game I want to play. I mean, I hate to say it. I shouldn't say I hate to say it. I wish I could say it more confidently. Because the things that I like about this game, I think are the absolute best in this game. Like, for example, no other game does Group C like this. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of games that do Group C, though. You know, my biggest thing is that the cars that were the most broken in this game are cars that I don't like driving because I have 15 other games that I could drive those cars in. You know, I don't care about GT3 cars, but everybody cares about them because they're the newest, latest, coolest car for most people. For me, ironically, there's one right there. I'm more into the classic cars. But it really just comes down to if they can course correct early enough to have some kind of player retention. Because let me look right now on Steam. I did last night, and it was kind of depressing. So, Project Motor Racing concurrent players. And now this is only going to show me Steam, because Steam is the best. Good, look at that. We bumped back up to 322 in-game right now. Because we were down under 100 last time I was on. So I don't know if the patch just made people want to jump back in, or that just is what today is. But, let's see. There's enough influencers to help with that. Patches are, if they're good. The problem is that I think influencers have too much power in terms of their influence, because the way this game got roasted, I agree with most of the takes, but there is so many positive that got glazed over because people were sour about the negatives. So there were only, I think I want to say 2 or 3 reviews that I aligned with, and a lot of the people I normally fully align with. But like Gamer Muscle, I think, in my opinion, he's the most critical person out there. And yet, he put the most amount of time in this game and had the most positive things to say. That didn't stop him from saying his negative things, but he had a lot of positive things to say. Whereas some of the other influencers out there who clearly didn't spend enough time with it. They jumped into some GT3 and some LMDH cars because that's all people care about these days, and they saw that they didn't work well, so they said they wrote the game off. And that's where I think this game got kind of an unfair shake in the beginning. Whereas I jumped into Group C right away, and I've liked it ever since. But I did also try out the other cars that were complained about, and I understand why they were complaining about them. The cars weren't good. So they said they fixed some GT3 classes. So let me get my other wheel quick. Hold on. I don't like using the round wheel on GT3 stuff. I don't know why. I have a track wheel. I might as well use it. So, let's see. Yeah, I agree. To be fair, also a lot of influencers just wanted to take the piss, purposely drove the problematic cars first. Yeah, because here's the thing. It's not really a 2025 thing. It's just a human nature thing. And because everybody has access to the internet, it's easier to see. But people go hate and negative content always gets more views than being positive. Always. So joining the bandwagon of wanting to hate something will always be more positive for your channel, despite it being all negative press. Newspapers, and going back as early as can be, at the end of the day, stories about negative things in life do better than stories about positive things. People like reading drama. I'm playing in career WoW 100%. AIs are far better and looks better. I'm in Xbox. That's good. That's good. See, here's where this game needs to succeed. It needs to succeed more on console than it does on PC. I play on PC, so obviously I want it to get its attention. But if this game doesn't do well on console, then that's its number one thing that separates it from, like, you know, everything else on PC. Is that it's cross-play with console. That's why I'm looking forward to this, because most of the friends that I play with are on a PS5, are on an Xbox, and they're a bit more casual with the racing than me, but I still want to be able to play with them, and if I can't, well, then I'm stuck with the diehards only, and there's few and far between of those. It's a much more niche thing. It'll never beat Gran Turismo at being Gran Turismo, but if it gives Gran Turismo an alternate thing to do, that's huge. Let's see. Been holding out due to reviews. Don't want to get more into the hole with iRacing. I enjoy AC Evo, but just bare bones. So, iRacing is always going to have its place. This isn't going to replace iRacing. But in my opinion, you need something, if you want to have fun, you need something more casual than iRacing. iRacing is so not casual that, you know, you have your Gran Turismo, which in my opinion is fantastically casual, but also competitive if you want it to be. Problem is, it's only PS5. New update out. Yep, we're testing that out now, Mark. Hey, Tulo, what's going on, buddy? It's too easy to be a sheep on the internet. It fries my head. Just be on your own person. Exactly. Agreed. Imagine that was a PMR marketing tactic. Let's all get the hate, then bam. Well, I mean, not for nothing. It's like I talked about last stream, and a reference again. Cyberpunk 2077. Like, I don't have to say anything more in terms of can the game recover. It really just comes down to are the developers, and as a company, are they going to have both the money and the drive to fix their game and please the crown? You know, with like I know me personally, I'm a very petty person, and if I was a developer that had nothing to do with the marketing of the game, because you have to understand, the people who built this Corvette right here on screen did not program the infomercials, is what I would call them, because that's basically what they were, for the hype. The marketing team and the developers are different teams, you know? So when everybody gets dragged under the bus because of the marketing hype, and then, of course, the cost of the game, you know, like I said, there's many different ways this game could have been delivered where it would have been a day one success versus a day one nightmare, but that's besides the point. The point is that if I was a developer who was showing up every day, putting his work in, and seeing how I was being talked about on the internet because of all of the hate on the game, I wouldn't want to go to work the next day, and if I did, I would be extremely lazy, you know? But that's me. I'm petty. But let's see what it's about. All right, so I like the GT3R, but it's not common. So let's compare it to a common car. Where is the? I've driven the Vantage a lot in AC. Although this is one of my favorites in AMS2, so I'm going to jump into that one and just see how this feels. So the Spielberg track is a great track where I found a lot of problems with GT3. There's a lot, it's weird too. Like, there are certain tracks that bring out the problems of the cars a lot better than other tracks. This track, the sharp 90s and even sharper than 90s at low speeds, you really get to see. And then the sweeping turn right here, this tends to make these things lose control relatively easily. I'm talking even with all the assists on, it's like they have no traction. So let's see. Yeah, it just, like, if their marketing team was more so on the lines of, we're not, like, instead of promising the world on day one, promising the world through a, I don't know why everybody's so afraid of a roadmap. Promise a great roadmap. Day one release, early access, this is what you're getting. Our roadmap is this. And then lower the price, the day one price. I'd be willing, this game is one, I mean, I'm the rare person who says this game is worth $70 to me because I like the 787B so much. That's just me. I know that's not the way it should be looked at, but like, if you took away the 787B and my ability to play it and gave me $70 back, I'd be upset. I would want the game back with the 787B and not have my $70. I don't care about any of the GT3 stuff. But that's me. I know that's not normal. So, let's see. Let's check vehicle setup. Tires and chassis. So, alright. So, if you notice, right off the rip, rack feel, steering stiffness, steering dampening, these numbers are all different already. So, I don't... Oh, you know what? You guys can't see it. Hang on. My face is too big. I'll have to change that. So, alright. Now that you can see it, the default numbers are all different. Sorry, yeah, I've gotten the patch. That's why I'm testing out right now. I'm looking forward to seeing it. But I do notice that the default settings here are different, so I'm going to throw it on some softs, and that's the only change I'm going to make. I just want the best tire, and I'm going to run the base settings. So we'll see how this feels without changing anything. Because I don't want to... The thing is that, like I said a little while ago, the defaults need to be better. If you can fix everything through settings, that's good. But the reality is the defaults should be good. They should be average for everybody, and then you tweak to your own personal driving preference. Because I know, even my force feedback, I have a very different force feedback preference than a lot of people. The amount of people that think you should have a wheel that shoots back and forth the second you start to let go of it when you're on a smooth road going in a straight line, I will never understand that, because no car does that on the planet. If you're on a smooth road going straight and you let go of the wheel, you might get a little tiny shimmy from road feedback, but that's about it. You're not going to let go of the steering wheel in a straight line and the car's just going to snap out of control and kill you. Now, you shouldn't let go of your steering wheel. Yes, that's correct. But you shouldn't have to have the death grip on it on both sides in a straight line. Anyway. You're on a 3060. I mean, not for nothing. I wouldn't run this game on a 3060 right now. Maybe in time, but not right now. Oh, you know what? I don't have throttle right now. They did say they updated these pedals. So my wheel works, my gas doesn't. So I do have to calibrate that because there was a P1000 pedal update listed, and I have P1000. So before I say that's a bug, because I don't want to do that, I want to actually go check my settings. So get my beautiful face back on screen. All right, input device settings. Oh, wrong one. Actually, let's confirm, see what these have changed. Low force boost. Now these look the same. Control bindings. Simagic EVO Pro, Handbrake, P1000. All right, so P1, they're not, okay. So, press stick the desired direction. Okay. Brake. Clutch. And I think that's all I got to do. Calibrate. Press throttle down as far as it will go. Okay, it's not working. Escape. I guess I gotta confirm or save this first before I do the calibration. All right, save. Okay. Now it's calibrate. Nothing still. Press your throttle down as far as it will go. Hold it there and press confirm on the steering wheel. Well, I'm doing that. Input backend for this device available. Reset. New input backend for this device available. Reset to use. Oh, didn't like that. Hold on. Let's just restart that. Yeah, I have the Alpha EVO Pro. And no, Simagic themselves does not have a preset for it. I'm not concerned, though, because I'll be honest with you. All of the Simagic presets, they do their own thing, but I have my own preset that I've liked for every game so far. So, all right, we've upset this somehow. I don't know what's causing that. All right, well, hitting the keyboard stopped it, so. Let's see, so options. It's doing it again. What is causing that? Let's see if taking the wheel off does anything. Full bindings. Interesting enough, that's I wonder if, how do I delete? All right, unbind. There it is. So let's go to this. I want to unbind. Thank you for the sub, sir. That. All right, now let's plug the wheel back in. Now those are unbound. Let's save that first. Honestly, I will, but you probably won't like my preset because I got yelled at all the time from people that I don't know what I'm doing. All right, steer right. All right, so it's already saved there. Handbrake. Just gonna rebind everything, even though it's listed already. All right, so they're already done now. So that reset must have reset it completely. Surprised I'm redoing my presets because it actually called for it, because the Simagic pedals were in the update and my pedals weren't working, so. All right, so I'm just gonna save this. Okay. Oh, the only thing that syncs is my my bindings are reset too. Oh well. Back, control bindings. Yep. All right, so camera switch. Look back, camera. Pause. This is Menu Simulator 2025. Gear up. Gear down. Oh, we don't want that. We don't want that. Pit limiter toggle. We need that. I'm just doing the basic ones for now. ABS positive, ABS negative, TC positive, TC negative. Okay, where is it? So, look right, look left. I don't really care about looking up or down. Menu accept. Menu cancel. Ooh, is it menu back or cancel? I think it's probably back. Yep, unbind. Yep, I know. Calm down. Thank you. I think page, you want these. Oh, I did that backwards. Shoot. Menu up, menu down, menu right, menu left. All right, save, save. All right, we got our stuff back here. Control bindings, yup. All right. Oh, you know what? We're almost there. We're almost there, I promise. Back. No, I don't want to quit game. I still have to get used to the options being in the bottom right corner compared to the menu itself. Not that that's at all what I would recommend as a priority update. Not even close. But down the road, once the main issues are fixed, quality of life, I would put the main settings in the menu. So it's just right there in front of you. But that's first world problems. So control bindings. Pro digital dash cycle. Not too worried about every binding here. I just want to get in the game. I'll worry about the detailed stuff later. All right, let's see. Calibrate. Nothing yet. That doesn't seem to work. Maybe if I calibrate it on the main screen? Center the wheel and press confirm on the steering wheel. Yes, its wheel is centered. Okay. Unwind your wheel to 90-degree position. Hold it there and... Did I do that first one wrong? I feel like I might have. Anyway. About 90. Press throttle down as far as it will go. Pedals aren't working. So... bindings. Trigger a button or press the stick and then, yep. So, brake. Clutch. They're clearly bound. So, the only other thing I can think of is that maybe they... Let's try it here. I didn't do anything. Accelerate. I'm going to just jump into the game and see if it recognizes it. I don't think the pedals are going to work, though. I think my handbrake has the same binding as acceleration. I haven't tested this patch yet. I don't know how to say your name, Mr. AL. I would say, hold on. I don't ever like telling someone something's worth buying or not. For me, it's worth buying. It was worth buying on day one still. But most people will disagree, so... Alright, I have throttle still, so throttle does work. So let's just try it and see. For some reason, the calibration menu isn't working for me, but we have gas, so... Clutch, gear... That's not a good start. Where are we here? That's backwards. Alright, let me just restart this. I'm just gonna break the line. I don't care about the false start. I don't think I changed my tires to softs again either, so I'm pretty sure I'm on mediums, but that's fine. Yeah, it says I'm on mediums. Car definitely feels grippier than before, I'll say that. It's much less side load. It wants to... This is why I like this track for testing out sort of the general physics of cars, because of these sharp turns right here. Alright, so we have it. TC is very high, so let me see how it handles at like TC2. Because I want it to be... I want there to be some wheel spin that will cause you to spin out, but you can kind of manage it a lot better than it was before. So this turn was a naturally always... Yeah, see, it still does that a little bit. By the way, don't judge my driving. I'm kind of not really paying attention to how I'm driving. I'm just sort of feeling the cars out a little bit. So, I mean, this feels better, I'll say that. Now, what it's supposed... Here's the thing. Like I've said many times, I'm not a big fan of GT3 cars in general, and I am not the guy to drive them. So, as far as if these cars work better, I would say they definitely feel better than the last time I drove them, but I'm not a GT3 guy. I will not get everything out of these. I don't know the lines well. I don't know the physics well, because they're just not that interesting to me in general. And that's not this game. That's all Sims. I don't care about GT3 cars. I just think that they're like the popular they're the bang. Oh, we definitely got some wheel spin. So let me go back to the pits. I restart. All right, cool. So driver setup, tires and chassis. I'm a mouse guy, so try. Let's go softs. See how that feels. Again, running all defaults. Back, drive. I haven't tried the hypercars. This is the first thing I've done. Because it's honestly, like, I'm excited the patch just came out. I literally went live and then the patch got updated. I opened up Steam and the patch came out. So I wasn't planning on doing all this. So normally I like to try and get through this stuff off stream. But in this case, you get a live first experience. So we're not changing anything. I've got in the car. I put softs on it. I guess I changed something. So let's do one whole lap to warm the tires up. So if anybody was watching my stream before about the force feedback, it feels better already. Right, so in that stretch right there, I don't know if it was a bug in the feedback. Well, I would go ahead and say it's a bug in the feedback, because that stretch right there, for some reason, would be super smooth with no feedback, and then it would want to break your thumbs, and the road hasn't changed. So maybe there is in the coding, there's a bump there or something, but it's causing the force feedback to freak out. That's not happening anymore. Now I feel like a very steady, smooth... Again, ignore my shifting. I'm focusing on doing multiple things at once. But the force feedback feels way better already. So that's good. But as far as opinions of GT3 cars, if you're like a diehard GT3 guy, I'm not the guy whose opinion you want if these cars feel good or not, because I just don't really drive them. Alright, here. Remember, we're on cold tires still. Alright, that's me. I know that turn, always, if you downshift in that turn, you will spin out. It's like 10 out of 10 times I do it. So, Sora, since you're in here, what is optimum... Oh, it's maintained 49 miles an hour. That's at least better. It was 37. What's optimum tire pressure, you would say, for these cars in this game? Or not tire pressure, tire temperature, sorry. Force feedback feels a lot better. That is definitely an improvement. The feelings that I'm getting from the wheel, like when I hit curbs, feel like I'm hitting curbs now. About 90. Alright, so... That's 90C, I assume, right? Of course, I'm in Fahrenheit. We're still a little on the colder side. By the way, how's the audio balance? I play with it again, but I haven't fully listened to it. That's me. I don't know the braking zones. I know the braking zones on some of the, like, super grippy cars. Like the Group C stuff that just stops on a dime with super high speeds. But, like, again, GT3 cars, I'm not the guy. I don't know how they should brake. I don't know anything like that. I just know that if something feels bad or not. And this feels a lot better, I just don't know it. Yeah, that feels a lot more manageable through that turn there. I just gotta, like, drive it properly. I'm leaving everything default at the moment, Steven, just for the sake of feeling what it's like to turn this game on and jump in without changing anything. Yeah, this is feeling really good. 90C is about 194 degrees, alright. So I guess saying is I gotta drive a little harder, although I don't know what the actual temp is set to. I don't know if I set it as a hot day or what. Alright, let's stop at 125. Alright, so we're definitely getting more heat in the tires because 125 was way too soon. Alright, this one here I brake so 125. Alright, so that's probably a 100 meter braking zone with a warmer tire. Also, I don't know if I should be in second or third on this turn. Feels like second, but I don't know. Yeah, that feels real grippy compared to before. So, is the FPS top left? Yes, that is. But if you look in my description, you'll see what I'm using. So, I am not the I am the 1%er when it comes to computer hardware. But also, too, I'm running the game on max settings right now. I do have Frame Gen 2X on as well. So grain of salt there. But I basically have Frame Gen on, so I'm constantly maintaining a 144 visual frame rate. Oh, I totally was not paying attention. That was me. Ignore that. That was not the car. That was me for sure. But so, and all right, if I'm playing this game on my computer right now with no frame gen but max settings and I'm not streaming, because here's the thing, I do everything on the same computer. I don't have a streaming computer and a gaming computer. So my 5090 right now is also running the stream as well as the game. And so right now I was playing this track earlier, so unless the patch hurt the frame rate, which I don't think it did, this is just because I'm streaming. On this track, I get about 215 to 220 frames with 2x frame gen on. Now, I can do this. I should have been in third there, but again, I'm distracted. I'm not focusing on driving. So you'll see everything's here. Maxed out. 4x, it's pointless because I can't see past 144, so, and 2x gets me all that I need. But if I wanted to brag about a random frame rate, that's 4x frame gen. But the reason I also like, the thing about frame gen is that there's no reason to use it past your frame rate or your refresh rate of your panel. I have a 144 hertz panel. So as long as I never go below that, I don't see a reason to ever go above 2x frame gen. But in most scenarios, I'll get all 144 frames natively. But until they fix the AI bug with that directly like tanks GPU usage, I'm gonna leave frame gen on. Yeah, that part's good. I read that, Sora, about the the frame rate cap. That was something that pissed a lot of people off. I didn't care much. I think on PC it was 60. I think on console it was 30. So let me just go back to 2x though, because here's the thing. Everybody loves to hate frame gen. I am all about frame gen. It's not meant to be this is the way you should run your game. It's meant to be a band-aid for when you can't get the frames you desire for, say, your panel. You know? So if you don't have enough horsepower to produce the frames natively, it's here. This will make your experience a little bit better. I wouldn't run it if I was playing Call of Duty, but I can tell you in this, if I turn the wheel back on, there is no deviation. There's no input lag. There's nothing. And I run 2x because there is slightly less artifacting than if I was running 4x. And there's no experience difference other than that. Because, remember, this is a 144 hertz panel. So if you see my frame rate, everything past 144 does nothing for my eyes. It's all just imaginary fake frames. And it's like I like to say about frame gen. The best analogy I can use for frame gen and why it's great are, instead of it being frame rate, imagine it's a pair of tits. So you always essentially want real over fake. But if the options are none or fake, then I want fake. So if I don't get the frame rate that I want natively, I'll absolutely take some fake ones if my experience is better. Huh? Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and say this definitely feels a lot better. So far, Fogbound Turtle, GT3 so far, this is the first car I've tested. This is the first thing I've done, other than rebind some of my inputs. So far, I'd say that feels pretty good. So let's... Now, if you think I drive GT3 bad, Valkyrie is a super hyper car that everybody loves. Alright, so weather is hot. Alright, so... So, Nervy, the latency penalties come from, like, your native frame rate. So, like, the lower your native frame rate, the more you're going to feel the higher frame gens. Like, I can't feel any difference between 2x and 4x because I get a decent base frame rate. I get over 100 frames in this game natively. But one thing I've never noticed, or I've always noticed with frame gen, you never get double. So like 2x, I don't get twice as many frames. It's not like it's one real frame versus fake frame. Like, it's not times 2. So, alright. This is the moment of truth. I literally just had Mr. Washington, I just had a massive speech about why I'm getting that frame rate. But if you look in my description, you'll see what I'm running for hardware as well. Did they finally allow you to turn frame gen? They've allowed you to turn frame gen on since day 1, and I've ran frame gen since day 1. It is on 2x frame gen. But, here. You know what? For the sake of not confusing people. Where is it? Graphic settings. Let's just turn it off. Save. So this is going to be max settings, raw horsepower, frame rate. Let's see, my frame rate dropped. I lost about 50 frames turning off 2x, which, again, it's not like a 2x performance. Bro, I was in Discord and they told me I cannot use frame gen, sad face. This is my best recommendation. Get off the internet. Seriously, like, the amount of things I've seen them say you can't do, like you can't turn off your steering wheel, the hands and steering wheel, I turned that off the first time I play the game. Like, stuff is there. People are, it's bandwagon hate that is just growing like a massive balloon. I don't understand it. But my recommendation is stay off the internet because I've seen so much misinformation about the game. I see misinformation about everything. It's not the game. But people love to spread bullshit and call it fact. I don't know why. So, that being said, let's see how this car feels. Screw your false start. I'm just feeling the car, warming the tires up a little bit. Oh, I'm on mediums, damn it. Sorry, I want to go straight to soft tires. Simply because I just want the best possible traction with zero setting change to anything. Like, I'm not changing any of the specs, although the rack feel on this is... These numbers are different, I'll say that. These numbers look like the old defaults. So, they might not have changed those. But anyway, back, drive. Sora, what was changed specifically on these cars, if you don't mind me asking? Also, let's get me inside the car. Oh yeah, forgot. That's a lot of tire spin. Jeez. That is a good question. I would need to check the patch notes. I've been keeping super up to date, close on the online changes. Gotcha. There's a lot of tire spin. So we're going to do this. We're going to do a couple laps on softs, and then we're going to switch over to the wets and see if the car handles better on the wets. I mean, it feels like it handles fine. It's just got a lot of rear tire spin. Oh. That's partially me. I don't know this. I don't drive these cars literally at all, so again, judge me if you want, but oh my god, leave me alone. Whoa! So I don't know what caused that. Are we dead? I'm sorry, I'm not a hybrid fan. They're cool, but I'd rather be in a 787B right now, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, this feels fine, like, in terms of the way it gear shifts are slow as fuck. Well, some of this is me, but... So let me turn TC up all the way and put this car in dummy mode. Hold on, and the ABS. So I've cranked up TCS and ABS, so this car essentially has the most amount of stability it can possibly have. It's on soft tires, and it's on full assists. I gotta learn to drive this car. I'm terrible at driving this car. So don't necessarily judge the car based off me, because I am not good at these cars. When you say base, do you mean my base game settings or my wheelbase? My wheelbase is my own settings that I run on just about every game as a starter. And honestly, I usually end up keeping them that way. I rarely deviate from my base, because a lot of the extra features that wheelbases add for feedback, I don't like. I like a natural, real-life car feeling. And I feel like a lot of the features that people like generate fake sort of feedback that is really just there to challenge the person and not really immerse them in the actual car. Because, like, that's a topic, I guess, for another conversation. Honestly, this car feels good right now. I just suck at driving it. Alright, so let's turn TC down to its off state, which, by the way, cars don't run like this, just for anybody wondering. The people that are obsessed with challenging themselves, I get you want a harder challenge, but a car like this would never have traction control off in real life. Like, that's why. You would die. Put it on TC1. Here's the challenging one. Yeah, the gear change there shocks the tire. Yeah, see, I would say that's probably a problem right there that could use some addressing in the future. Here's the thing. I don't know what these cars are supposed to have for grip in terms of what's optimum and what's not, because I don't really use hybrids much. But I feel like if I'm going in a straight line, or a damn near straight line, and I go from the 1 to 2 or the 2 to 3, with TC on at any level of control, it shouldn't send the ass out. I shouldn't spin out like that. But again, maybe that's the way they are. And if that's the way they are in real life, then leave it alone. Don't go by what I say, you know? But I personally just don't know, because I don't know anything about hybrids. I just know that they're very popular and everybody likes them. See, like, it saved it, but it barely saved it. So let's go TC2 and see how it drives on 2. I think default is 6, so... Alright, here we go. This is the challenging turn. Second gear. See, as soon as you grab a gear, it kicks it out. So, I'm going to put it back to max TC. and I want to try and goose it on that turn. So, because that was only rolling into the throttle right there and then shifting. It's the shift that sends the ass out. Honestly, the car feels good. It's the shifts that seem to upset the chassis too much. All right, let's go 125.
Brakes are becoming a concern right now.
No, they're not. They're fine. Alright, so here comes the experiment. This last turn is always challenging, so we're on full TC, second gear, floor it, third gear. Yeah, so it's, mind you, I did hit the limiter a little bit there, but it's totally planted on max TC, full throttle. So, I don't know, the problem is I don't know where the car's supposed to be. Like, if I put max TC on right there, I could absolutely race that car with no complaints whatsoever. I just don't know how far off the pace it is from where it should be, you know? And if, like, what it's supposed to be under, say, full... And I don't... Here's the thing. This is the honest question I have. For the people that are watching right now, by the way, if you've never watched before, and you kind of like what you see, don't mind offering me a sub. I appreciate it if you do or don't, either way. But if you are liking the stream, please like it. Alright, I had to plug myself. That's over with. We're done. So, of the people that are watching, how many of you have ever driven an LMDH car? How many of you have ever driven the Valkyrie? I would venture to say that nobody watching right now has ever driven this car. To be able to say what this car is or is not supposed to do. I have no idea. I've driven some pretty fast cars in the real world. I've never driven this car. I have no idea. I've never driven any kind of hybrid car. So, I full disclosure. There's the word. Only an LMU. See, here's the thing. I've driven an LMU. I don't like LMU. I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's decent for what people like. But I personally have no reason to play LMU kits cars I just don't care about. That's just me. So let's restart session. And now I want to test this out. So this was the fix for this car before. Putting this car on wets. I've seen many a video of people taking this car from, say, softs or hards or any kind of competitive compound and putting it on a wet and immediately having better traction. Now, aside from small compound differences, the difference between a wet tire and a full compound slick is that one is a slick, one has grooves in it. Bro, if I can fix DLSS, my game would run. What do you have for stuff? Because, like, I have no problems with any of the DLSS stuff. Nothing. It all works. But again, I'm also running... Here's the thing. If you want to know things about me in terms of how the game runs, I am a computer guy. Like, I build my own computers. I've never bought a pre-built. I don't even know who I would want to go to for a pre-built. I just wouldn't do it. I have built computers for 30 years, and I've gamed on computers for 30 years. So, for me, I'm a PC gamer first. Then I like sim racing. So I notice a lot of like other people who review things with computer, they are a sim racing enthusiast and they use a PC to game. So I feel like there is a massive disconnect in how you should run your computer and stuff like that. Now, I've had no issues. Like that right there, my frame rate you just saw, which was over 100 the whole time, that's the game maxed out. I'm still going to turn on frame gen because I am a proponent of frame gen. I like my frame gen. Sue me. All right. Oh, wrong thing. Okay, I will say that is a UI complaint I massively have. So, I'm in the settings menu. say here, blah, blah, blah. Okay, back. And then immediately, the confirm button is there. And then I want to click it again to keep going back. And then I click confirm, and it goes back to the menu. Back, confirm, back, confirm. I don't ever get anywhere. That, to me, is a tiny little UI change. Just reverse these. Or put the back over here, right here. So confirm, and then back is right here. Because then I have to immediately move to that back. I know it's small and tiny and quality of life, but that drives me, of all the things, that bug pisses me off, or not really a bug, that UI decision pisses me off more than anything in the game. Thank you, Sora. I would appreciate that massively. That annoys me less in the game if the game crashes. The game crashes like, whatever, it's a PC video game. I'm used to that. Games crash. But that, I'm constantly jumping back and forth in the menu, not intentionally. Anyway, all right, let's try out these wet tires quick.
Keep focused.
All right, we're not going to get a penalty this time. I don't know, so far the wets grip pretty damn good. I'll learn braking zones sooner or later. Let's do a quick lap to warm the tires up, although on the wets they're going to warm up a lot faster. Because they're meant to be cooled by water. Yeah, look at the tire temperatures, they're frying. Honestly, we can probably just turn TC off now because I think our second lap we might have the tires overheated. Yeah, these tires grip better. The wets still grip a lot better. Mind you, they're overheating, so they're technically stickier until they become greasy. But in a one-lap stint like that, a sprint like a qualifying tire, the wets are going to go faster, I think. They're massively overheated, though. Here's the thing. The overheating right now that's happening, that's supposed to happen. That's what happens to a wet tire on hot, dry compound, or dry pavement. Or concrete, or whatever. Tarmac, there we go. But the instant grip is way better on the wet. What that could be, too, we're able to get the tires up to temp a lot easier on the wets. So, I'm not going to pretend I know how it's coded, but I just know how tires should work in real life, in general speaking terms. I don't know anything about this car, so grain of salt on my opinion of what the car is supposed to do, but what tires are supposed to do, oh my god.
Track limit violation. Officials noted it.
Yeah, our tires are so greasy right now. Yeah, now we're at the opposite end of tires working. Now they're so hot they're not going to grip. Alright, let's try a second. Yeah, see that's what... That there now is just from the tires being so hot. Let's see how hot we can get the rear tires. I'm just curious. I think we're probably stuck in the 370s. Yes, this is the current patch, yes. This is the current patch. So far progress. So far progress. And that is what matters. So, alright. My thoughts on what I just experienced right there. I don't know what those cars are supposed to feel like because I don't know much about the hybrids, the hypercars, the hybrids, those cars in general. I don't know what they're supposed to do. What I can definitely say is if you're comparing the softs to the wet tires in a one lap stint, so if you were doing a qualifying, the wet tires will go faster because they have better grip. Now, I don't know if they have better grip because the softs take longer to get up to operating temperature, and the problem with the wets is they overheat so fast that they get up to operating temperature by turn 1, maybe turn 2, you know? But then the problem is they're overheated by the end of the lap. So they're not going to be a long-term multi-lap endurance tire by any means, but in my opinion, I would say the tires could use some work on these still. The car feels good, but like for the soft tires, you need TC on if you want to be able to have a drivable experience without constantly being off the throttle. Like when I'm in second gear coming out of a turn and I roll into the throttle and to full throttle and I have full traction or what feels like full traction, and then I click third gear while I'm in a slight turn and it immediately shoots the tail out. I understand a shift is going to essentially shock the tire, which could cause that to happen. But if I'm running TC1 or TC2, which is typically where I'm at, like if I'm competing in like trying to go fast in typically any kind of car, I never have TC off. I'm always at TC1 or 2 because I want a little bit of wiggle room to get aggressive with that throttle, and it saved me in the rest of the work that I do. TC at max, the cars are way easier to drive. They're just typically slower. But right now, in that car's current state, I would say for me, again, I don't drive these cars. For me, that car at max TC, I would go the fastest in because I feel like it's still loose on traction, even with TC all the way up. Like even in a straight line, you hear me going through the first couple gears with TC all the way up, I'm spinning through the tires. Realistically, I shouldn't be spinning through the tires. It should just be pulling power till the tires grip. That's how TC is going to work. So I don't fully know right there. I don't know what answer to give you. I would say I'm not the guy to tell you. All right, so let me find the patch notes again. Let me read some comments here because I missed a lot. Here, share so slow. I mean, the fastest I've ever went in real life is on my motorcycles, but my motorcycle experience has been all 100% straight line as fast as possible. Oh yeah, that's what I want to check now. All right, let's do... First of all, let's pick a classic car that I just like and know more about driving. I just don't know what... Oh, you know what? Let's go Group 5. Group 5's fun. And I'm not a fan of this track. Let's try a track that I like. Of course. No, not Lime Rock, sorry. Ask Sora how much I like this track. Alright, so... Real quick, we're gonna do our... I want to see how this... It didn't say anywhere that this was optimized or not. But I'm curious. So... I gotta use... Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold the phone. All right. So, what I'm going to do... Task Manager. Performance. All right. Get you back on screen. So we're going to go in the grid. Or in the race. With nobody on the grid. So far, the patch has improved. But I've only tested things that I don't care about. GT3s and hypercars. I just don't care about them. But they were the most complained about. Apparently, they were the most buggy, so... but I would say GT3 is noticeably improved. Hypercars... I don't know. So, alright. Oh, hold on. I got to turn frame gen off first to do this test. Frame gen foobars this comparison. So, graphics settings off, save, okay. Make sure VSync, yep, that's off, back, confirm, resume. All right, so we're getting at max settings. 4K. We are on DLSS quality. We're not on DLAA, which is technically rendered in full 4K. This is 1440p render upscaled to 4K. But the point of this that I'm showing you is that with no cars on the grid, we're getting 100% GPU utilization. That's what we want. You want that always. Anytime a game, of any game, not sim, but anything starts offloading the GPU and using the CPU, and you'll start to see like a GPU usage drop. You don't want that. So let's quit this. And let's just go right to the 31 car grid. And console players, by the way, they get 16. But that's just the way it is. There is a reason for that, though. You only have so many resources on a console for horsepower. So let's see. Drive. Alright, hold on. Let's get to the actual race. That's all I care about right here. That's good. Hey, Sora. That's good. We only lost a couple percent. That's good. See? 98 to 99%. A lot more CPU utilization. But we're using the GPU. So it looks like... Let me just go drive around a little bit here. It looks like... Oh, you know what? We're going to go back to the H pattern because H pattern is life. I'm sorry. Screw GT3. This shit's so much more fun. This is why I've had much more positive things to say about this game compared to a lot of the other people. It's because all they care about are the, the bandwagon cars. The GT3s, the hypercars. And yes, those have been problematic in this. But all the cool cars, Group 5... Okay, you know what? Let's ignore Group 5 because it's a DLC. Group C, GTO. I want to get some of the cars on the grid. You know what? Let me restart this and try. I'm just going to leave with the cars rather than try. I'm never going to catch them from my current position.
Keep focused.
Sora knows the secret. I didn't false start, you son of a bitch. Yes! I'm seeing averaging about 90% utilization on the GPU right now with keeping them in the frame while racing against them. So that's good. Because, for reference, people, this was on my system, pre-patch, leaving the AI on the track like this, they would drop to about... Excuse me, sir. Please don't hit me. The GPU would drop into the 60s, well into the 60s. And that's what you get. Well, the AI stopped behind me when they were directly behind me, so that's an improvement, right? In my opinion, though, you don't want to race this track with a full grid. You just don't. This is this is not the track for that. Yeah, we're back. So we're back at 100% in this part of the map or track. So let's just do this quick. Pay attention to that frame rate. Ignore the fact that I'm in the bin or in the weeds right now in the bin. So we're the lowest frame rate I'm trying to see here. Now remember, this is native. This isn't frame gen. The lowest I've seen is the at 88 right there. Oh! Oh boy. That's me. My bad. Well, they avoided me. That's a start. I would say the AI is better. They're far from perfect, but no game. I've never experienced AI be good. So, as long as they're not just trying to kill me the whole time, this feels a lot more like AMS, AI-wise right now, which is good, because I think AMS, in my opinion, has the best AI I've experienced so far. It's still not good, but it's the best. And this feels a lot better. You know why I can say this feels better? Because I can pass the AI and not get killed. Because the AI is on 50% right now, so they're not hard. But even like before the patch, you could put the AI down to 20%, and it's so hard to pass them from the back of the grid because they just kill you whenever you're trying to drive. Like, this is easy to pass these guys right now, which is the way it should be. They're at 50%. Yeah, just letting you know I'm here. This is called me being petty. Yeah, I'll say this. The AI is tenfold better than they were. So, Sora, I have a question. Because I understand that in the human mind, bigger number better, and that's how it always is. So that's just how the human brain thinks. They see a bigger number, they just go, oh, bigger number better. There is more progress in this patch with the update number going from 1.5.0.1 or 0.0 to 0.1 than there was from 1.000 to 1.5. I feel like the marketing team made the decision to call the first patch 1.5. Because this .001, oh, that, put it in my ass. What a dick. Feels way better. Like, way better. So I'm obviously not caring about what I'm doing in this right now. Just sort of dancing around. But I would not, even though I was, the AI is only at 50%, I would never on a track like this be able to work my way up the pack. Because I'd be too busy getting crashed by the AI before. Oh man, we're good. This feels good. Let me explain from my limited experience and seeing code. This feels like someone fat-fingered something in the later build of this game, AI-related, and they just found that fat-fingered mistake, and they erased the fat finger. Because this feels fine. I have no complaints about this AI right now. They'll occasionally hit you, but I occasionally hit the AI, so I'm not going to complain about that. Like right now, the AI is dumb. They're at 50%. And this is what it should look like. Now that guy's an ass. Not perfect. Not even going to say it's perfect. But again, like I just said, I've never experienced AI that feels like real people. But I will say that that's a lie. This feels like real people right now. But, you know, people who aren't really good at video games. Get out of my way, Porsche. I know how fast that car is. Get out of my way. Oh, that was all me. All right, now I got to get in front of this guy. And then inside of a lap, got to get it 15 seconds away from him if I want a chance of winning this. Oh, wait, no, never mind. He's only the third place guy. Oh, this feels so much better. So much better. I literally couldn't care less about the hypercar, whether it got better or not. Hey, look, I got a track limit warning. Such an quality of life improvement right there. Man. I'm still going to run frame gen 2x because that's just, I want my 144 FPS. But from a max settings native standpoint, no frame gen, I have no complaints about how this feels. Mind you, I know 9800X 3D and a 5090, but just turn the settings down. For example, let's just do this. Graphics settings. I hope I don't... Now, this could cause the game to crash right now, because I never recommend in any game, especially a newer release, I never recommend changing graphics in the middle of whatever you're doing. So depth of field alone, that will save us frames. That's depth of field. I normally have that off anyway, but... Oh, see, I did it again there. Back. Resume. Oh, I put frame gen on again, too. I didn't mean to do that. Did I put frame gen on? Hold on, now I'm confused. Did I put frame gen on? When did I do that? Anyway, depth of field, turn that off. Okay, back. Go, 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 go!
Officials found a track limit violation.
You know what? I would rather them do what they just did right there. They saw me in the middle of the road sideways, and what did they do? They crashed to avoid me. I'm okay with that. Because before, they would just drive right into you like you weren't there. But like, look at my frame rate. My frame rate jumped up about 10% by turning off one setting. So, again, I'm running this on max settings native to show you the frame rate in the worst case scenario. For guys who have lesser hardware, just turn the graphics down.
Good run. We made it to the end. Just not quite fast enough today.
I'm excited though. All right, so I would say the GPU utilization bug is fixed. Now though comes the hard part of trying to offload, because so here's what's happening before. Very little CPU usage with no AI and max GPU usage. Well, what happened was you would load up the grid with 31 cars or whatever, and now CPU utilization gets cranked up, but GPU would drop by what the CPU just went up by. So what's happening now is the CPU is going back up to that 50 to 60% mark, so it's really getting taxed again, but GPU is staying near that 100% mark. It's not right at 100%, but it's much better than it was before. So now, in my opinion, like I said, the GPU side of it's fixed. Now they just got to work on optimizing the CPU usage with the AI cars. That's awesome. That makes me excited. Because I really want to play this game on stream. I really do. But I looked at some of the Steam numbers last night, and I'm like, I don't think anybody's going to want to watch me play this game, let alone actually play it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. All right, so next test. Multiplayer. Custom lobby. All right, that's a good start. I went to go play this last night by myself, and I'm not kidding. There was one lobby, and it had one person in it, and it just made me sad because I want to play the game. Let's see. I don't want to do MX5 cars. They're fine. Just meh. Multi-class. All right, you know what we'll do this. Since there's people watching, if there's anybody online, I'm just going to make my own lobby. Oh, I'm sorry. That was GTO. That wasn't Group 5. Or was it? Do we know what I just did? No, that was Group 5. That was Group 5 because the Porsche was in it. All right, let's do this. Public. We're going to turn damage off, I don't feel like. And we're going to turn penalties off, too. I want to have some fun. We're definitely not going to do the unlicensed Monza. Brianza. Who thought that one up? Alright, so... Yada, yada, yada. Confirm. Before I do that, though, I do want to... Yeah, I should actually be able to... Alright, server's created. If anybody watching wants to jump in and try it out? Yeah, that's the ghosting side of things, unfortunately, is, I mean, that just sounds like it's their implementation of FSR. DLSS, it does create a little bit of ghosting, a tiny amount of ghosting, but it's a tolerable amount. The FSR makes the game look like Need for Speed. Release version, major version, minor version. Bug fix is supposed to be the format for versions, but we kind of merged bug fix and minor. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, 5 didn't have any functionality additions. It was just bug fixing and some performance stuff. Well, it's crazy how much bugs can ruin an experience compared to features. So like LMU, for example. When LMU doesn't have a buggy patch, there's not a lot to do. There, in my opinion, that's a big part of why I don't play LMU. I'm not super competitive with those types of cars. So if all I can do is go online and race against people that care about being good at those cars, I don't want to play it. It's just not my game, you know? So, but in the case, though, like, that small niche performs really well. So, for them, it works out. Whereas this game, way more to do. Like, way more to do. And in my opinion, this game, if I was making this game, I would have personally released it with no GT3 and hypercars at first, and gone with just a more traditional, these are the classics. Because that's again, though, that's my opinion, though. And I get why it was done, because it's popular. But it seems like, to me, the GT3 stuff and the hypercar stuff was added later to sort of grab some of the competitions, because that's what's popular. And because that's where most of the bugs are. Now, obviously, the frame rate bug, that was there. That's definitely better. I can't say it's like 100% fixed. Maybe it is. I don't know. But I can tell you it's vastly improved. Because my frame rate with the grid would get cut in half. Like, so if I went from minimum settings to max settings with no cars on the grid, I would lose frames But if I went from no cars on the grid to full cars on the grid with nothing else changed, my frame rate would go away. But it's because my GPU utilization was going away. So, do the GT3 cars drive better now? I would say yes. I spent very little time with them in the beginning because I don't care about them. But from what I did drive before, now they feel like they kind of drive like every other game, in a sense. But that's coming from the person who doesn't like to drive them in general. Like, I think GT4 cars are the most boring things you can drive. Because they work, and they're slow. They grip, they stop, they somewhat accelerate, and they turn. But GT3 definitely feels better from a force... So where I noted in some of the videos and live streams I've done about it is that the GT3 stuff felt like the problem was force feedback, and I was not doing the right things based on the force feedback. And that's what was causing the car to be loose. Now the force feedback feels like I'm getting the real thing. Like before when I hit a rumble strip or a curb, I felt like the wheel was telling me the car was exploding. Whereas now, I feel like I've kissed the curb or the rumble strip, and I just deviate away from it. You know? It's little things like that that you would be surprised how much they affect your driving of the car when you're being told the wrong thing. You know? So be like, oh, this car has no grip. Well, the car might have grip, but if you're going left, because the game's telling you should go left, but you should actually be going right, the car's going to feel loose. That's just a, very vague example. YouTubers have done a good job of fear-mongering and scaring. I agree. I actually think that part's a crying shame. Everybody deserves to have their opinion, but I mean, this is the sad truth of it. Biases exist everywhere. I have no biases because I'm sponsored and I have no affiliation, or I'm not sponsored and I have no affiliations with anybody. So this game, does it have problems? Yup. Is there a lot of fun to have in this game if you buy everything? Yup. So, like when okay, not to call them out, but this was a review that, like, in my opinion, is very damaging, and I feel like it was biased. Even if it wasn't intended to be biased, knowing their affiliation and knowing what they're naturally affiliated with somebody else, they have a bias even if they don't know it. Or if they don't acknowledge it. But, like, I don't want... Again, I like the guy, I like his channel, and I like the content he makes. But this particular video, I honestly couldn't finish it because it was so... It felt like so much more of an attack than, like, an honest review. But that was Super GTs. He has massive affiliation with Gran Turismo. This game is a direct... is direct competition for Gran Turismo. And the thing is that it shouldn't be because it's never going to replace Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo can exist on its own, and this game can exist. And they can share some of the consumer base and it not be a problem. There are enough asses, or there's enough seats for every ass. I don't know what the expression goes. There's an ass for every seat, I guess. But the point, though, is that I watched it, and I'm like, you just focused, like, you found where the bugs were in the review, and focused on those things and only drove those cars. But, like, the hypercars, day one had problems. The GT3 cars, day one had problems. And that's all they drove. There are so many cars in this that are fantastic. And they picked the worst ones because they had I don't know if it was because they're the popular cars in today's society, but no one's joining this lobby, by the way. So I guess I'll back out for now. But since I'm talking, the greatest cars in this game, and there's a lot of them, were not reviewed by the masses. For example, the person I give the most amount of credit to for reviewing this game was, in my opinion, the most critical person of sim racing on YouTube. Now, if you had to guess in the chat, before I say it, who you think that was, who do you think it was? the most critical person, in my opinion, of sim racing in general, had the best reviewing of this game. Not James Baldwin, but he did have an honest review. But James Baldwin isn't the most critical person, though. He did, I will say, James Baldwin had a very... I almost didn't watch his because I was so annoyed with the amount of reviews that were coming out that were just, like, trashing the bad things and not talking about the good things. No, James Baldwin, I mean, he approached it from the way he does things, GT3 cars, but he was critical and honest, and he felt like he was just doing what he does. But yes, it's Gamer Muscle. So this is the man that I, on average, disagree with in terms of subjective opinion versus subjective opinion. A lot of things he doesn't like, I really like. For example, he doesn't like AMS2. I love AMS2. That's a big part of why I was looking forward to this game, is because when I kept hearing people comparing it to AMS2's physics, I was like, fantastic, that's a win for me, you know? But he at first kind of went into it like everybody else, was like, just attacked where the problems were. But then he played it, and he put like 30 hours in live, and you could see as he played it, he liked it more and more and more and more and more, because he got away from where the problems were and jumped into the things that weren't problematic. And all of a sudden, there was a shit ton of fun being had. And I agree with him in every aspect of this particular review. 100% across the board, I agree with him. The problems are there, and he addressed them, but he also addressed the good things and focused on the good things because, okay, let's just say hypothetically you've bought this game and you can't get a refund. You're past the window. Why would you instead, unless you're just spiteful, why would you not just go do the things in the game that are fun to do instead of focusing on the things that are not correct at the moment? Which, give it time. Based off of this quick patch here, like I said, this patch made the game more presentable than the day one patch. I didn't play it pre-release though, so I guess I can't really fully comment on before and after the day one patch. But I know what I saw before the patch and what I saw after the patch, and I don't think any of those problems were fixed. This patch fixed the problems that immediately I was experiencing. Are Gamer Muscle's force feedback settings good, or are there better? Force feedback is a tough one, because some of his force feedback, and to answer your question directly, some of his force feedback I like, some of it I don't. The reality of force feedback is it's a subjective thing. I chase force feedback to replicate what a car is going to do. For example, in real life, if I rub this or hit this bump or whatever, or I let go of the wheel or I do any of these things, what the car does in real life is what I want my wheel to do. I don't want artificial feedback that maybe in the long run would make me a better driver because I'm getting feedback that, for example, the biggest feedback you can get from a real car that you can't get in a sim is G-force. Lateral G especially. Lateral G is the biggest one. Straight line G, if anybody knows anything about accelerating in a straight line, the initial hit is where you get all of the G, and then it tapers off to almost 0 G difference once you get going in speed. Because the atmosphere gets so hard to go through in a straight line that eventually you're back down to one normal gravity from a G standpoint. Lateral G is what you can't duplicate in a sim. You can try with is it a 6 DOF? I think it's 6 DOF, where they go lateral and front to back. That does give you some of it, but at the end of the day, a lot of the force feedbackers are chasing artificial feedback through their wheel to make them a better driver. And a lot of people like that. I hate that. I want my wheel to do what the car is going to do in real life. And that's the end of it. I don't want to feel lateral G through my wheel. because I can't in real life. I feel it in my body. So if that's a sensation that I can't get from being in a sim, then I'm not going to try and do it in another way. You know what I'm saying? Again, force feedback is a very subjective thing. I did a couple videos about the oscillating wheel back and forth, and it pissed, I would say, 75% of people off, while the other 25% praise the video because they want their wheel to not do that. You know, but clearly the masses like their wheel to do this the second they let go of it. So if you're traveling in a straight line on a smooth road, no turning, just going like this, and then in a real car, you do this, even for a fraction of a second, nothing changes on the wheel. The car naturally, if it's aligned correctly, wants to go straight. Now, unless the car is massively towed in or out, then the wheel's gripping one side better, and now it's fighting you, maybe that. But at the end of the day, on a properly aligned car, on a smooth road, when you let go of the wheel's not going to move. It doesn't mean there's nothing there when you move the wheel. It just means you're not getting this artificial, like... Cars don't do that. You know? So, again, grain of salt on force feedback. A lot of people like their wheels to do that. And this is my opinion. If you like your wheel to do that, then have it do that. I don't. So, but just know in all of that rant, when I tell you I like a certain force feedback setting, like gamer muscles, yes or no, I'm coming from the standpoint of if it's a feedback that the car doesn't actually do in real life, I don't want it on my wheel. So, anyway, let's try a random custom lobby and see if we get anything. I want to drive a specific car. Multi-class Nürburgring 24 hours. 2 people in it. Multi-class Spa. Spa's okay. I don't mind Spa. I love the Nürburgring. All right, let's see what happens when I join here. I definitely hate my wheel doing that in a straight line. There is no point. I like a bit of firmness near center. Yeah, like the thing is that the average response was that, oh well, you just don't like feedback then. You don't like having your car be responsive when you move the wheel. And I'm like, when you get rid of that oscillating feedback, that doesn't get rid of you turning the wheel's feedback. Like, I put up another video of a short of Boosted Media saying, you want to drive the car, you don't want the car to drive you. And I was just like, I swear to God, I was like a moment when I heard that. Because that's the problem. People are liking the game to drive their car for them. Let me change this car quick because I don't want this car. This is something I did notice since the patch. That's a negative. Oh, okay. Never mind. So I will say though, cycling through the cars, I don't know if it's because it's populating obviously a car here, but it's a little slower. Not a big deal, but it's there. All right, so I'm going to try this BMW out. The C46. Yes, the update is so far been all positive. It has fixed. I don't know if you're on. Here's the thing. I'm coming from a PC perspective, so I cannot touch on PS5. I cannot touch on Xbox. So when I say it is improved, I am gaming on PC. It fixed some of the larger bugs that were happening. I do think the car changes that they made are across all platforms. Yeah, anyway. All right, so did we just get booted? Oh no, that was me. All right, let's put my mouse over there. Fixes work good on PS5. That's good to hear. Alright, I guess we'll do... I'm gonna do H pattern for now. Oh wait, first.
Clear of pit lane.
I want my frame gen back. Sorry. Frame gen haters. Sorry, not sorry. Oh boy, of course I'm in a lobby with no TC. Why do people do this? Serious question. Why do people do this? You just want people to crash. Like... Thank you, I appreciate that. ABS is so much more crucial than TC, it really is. Oh. I've also, in real life, by the way, never driven a car without ABS. That's a lie, I've driven a lot of old muscle car stuff, but, like, that's me. So, a big part of the way I like to drive cars and why I like an H pattern so much is I like to be able to skip gears on downshifting and use engine braking to essentially lock the tires to throw me into a turn better. Doesn't always work out though, as you could see. Oh, I thought I was gonna look all... What's his name? Yeah, let me try this. Second. In my opinion, this is the only reason you turn off... Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. Thank you. So, here's what I'm talking about. That's on me, but... Of all the people watching... Alright, finally we got some guys catching up. One person finally says, hey... It's caught up now. So there's 2 other people in here. I can do the no TC thing, but no ABS is just like, come on. Alright, I gotta work on that with this car. I'm gonna get out of this. Appreciate that, Sora. Well, I mean, the other night you only got to look at my rear end for several hours. That was supposed to be a racing dig, but I don't know if it came out that way. Alright. Let's just try some more AI stuff then, because there's no lobbies open that I want to join. And, just bought this back. I'm a sucker. See, okay. Here's the thing. If your intent, like, Leonard, I don't know you, and I'm not going to say you're an emotional person, but that's some emotional stuff. If your intent was to buy the game back after the next patch, why did you refund it? Just wait. I get it, you want to, like, take it away, but at the same time... Alright, so... What races do I want to do? You know, let's do what we did before. Let's do the Group 5 stuff's fun. Let's turn the AI up to... let's go 75. Let's try that. Get in the 4... I don't want to do GT3, that's the problem. And when I say I don't like GT3 cars, I mean it. I'm just bored. I like the cars that you have to drive. Because they want to kill you the whole time. Let's go 10 laps. Damage off. Pre-tire warm-up. Essentially, just... This is how I would, by the way, how I set a lobby. If, I mean, I would turn off penalties too. If I was setting a lobby to have fun. I don't want guys to be able to get away with being, you know... the ungrateful rammers or whatever you want to call them. But at the same time, like... just trying to have some fun, you know? Now, obviously, in ranked play, I want penalties. I want it to simulate, okay, we're taking this seriously. But if we're doing, like, online lobbies for hooliganism, or not hooliganism, but, you know, casual fun, I don't want to punish people for no reason. Give them if they want to run TC, they can. If they don't want to, like, I was too disappointed and angry. I had all my hopes in this. Well, the patches are coming in, so I'm a little happier. Okay, so that confirms my point. You made decisions based off emotion. I get it. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but let's just say this patch makes things better for you, but it doesn't fully fix everything. I recommend not refunding it and just holding on to it. Because it was like I said the other day. Right now on day one, this game is the worst it's ever gonna be. And you're comparing it to games, like, for example, I've seen people make a common comparison to ACC. And ACC is at its end of life when it comes to development. It's over. That game is the best it's ever going to be. And yes, GT3 right now in ACC is better than GT3 in Project Motor Racing. But Project Motor Racing is the worst it's ever going to be. It's only going to get better. But this game also does, in my opinion, it does Group C the best of any game. Like, I would rather, if I'm going to do Group C in AMS2, which I think is now the second best, compared to this, I would rather do it in this. Anyway. The camera is wrong, I think. What camera are you referring to, Mr. Kevin? You believe they will fix the issue with this game in time? They've already started. And I agree. I think they will.
Focus on the lights.
It's good to see. The frames that I'm getting right now are what I would get before with nobody in the lobby. Or no AI in the lobby, so... that's all me. That's all me. Well, that's it, partially them. See, this is so much more fun than GT3, because it's chaos, but it's like controlled chaos. These cars, they swing all over the place, they drive erratically. This to me is racing. GT3 stuff is like boring cars on rails. I know a lot of people are not going to agree with me on that, and that's fine, but we all have our preferences. By the way, how is the audio balance between me talking and the game? Because before I realized, get out, there we go. Before I had the game audio a little too quiet compared to my voice. Oh, this is just so good. I can actually race the AI now. This is so much better. They're still a little on the easier side at 75, but again, that's fine. That's me. See, that's the problem is that I have my own, like, sort of how fast I know I can go around this track, and the AI is obviously dumbed down, so they're going a little softer, so I tend to... see, here's the thing. I'm hitting the AI. The AI is not hitting me. They occasionally hit me. But for them, like, right there. But, like, that didn't, like... before, that guy would have continued to drive through me until I was in the wall. And then, I would have gotten a penalty for it. Audio's good? Glad to hear. This is so much better. This is going to make career mode so much better, too. Because this, honestly, I hated this before. I'm not even going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I liked racing solo or online, and then I would put myself through the career a little bit because it was in the MX-5 stuff, and we're not going very fast, and it's a little easier to kind of control and avoid the AI. Whereas in cars like this before, which is what I like driving, you would just get killed by the AI every time you thought about moving your car. If you got near the AI would kill you. And now I can race them. I'll put myself in the weeds. So look at that, the AI avoided me. Did you see that? Oh, this is so good. This is so good. Oh, I love it. See, here's the thing. I know humans are, the consumer is essentially the ultimate beta tester. No matter what, a game, no game can be perfect on day one, no matter how much time it's in the oven, because there's just not enough people and resources to properly test every combination of everything. And you can't fully stress netcode, you can't fully stress the actual game engine, you can't stress the software versus hardware differences. You need the consumer to be the beta tester. But, this is 2 days after release, and I would say where the biggest problems that were like making people make hate videos are now fixed. Now, maybe this was the AI how they were supposed to be. But it really feels like the difference in the AI wasn't an adjustment. It really feels like the AI was someone made a big coding mistake. They fat-fingered something they weren't supposed to, and it had a lot to do with how the AI operates as a whole. And they just fixed it by removing a 1 or a 0 from the code. That's what this feels like. This feels like such an extreme overhaul difference in the AI, and it was done in such a short amount of time that, in my opinion, someone zigged when they should have zagged when they were coding. And they found that zig, and they re-zagged it. Because this is great. Also, I don't know if this was an adjustment too, but it doesn't feel nearly as bumper car-y as before. Like the actual physical impacts before, it felt like, has anybody ever seen the movie Flubber? Movie from the late 90s, Robin Williams. It felt like every AI car was covered in flubber. So if you touched it, you would go flying off the track. Now you can kind of bump them, and nobody gets like a massive sort of penalty for it. It upsets both cars, but doesn't bin you, and then they stay on their line and they're fine. Like, watch. Like, that's it. And damage is off right now, so there shouldn't be any damage penalty, obviously. That's what I would expect from a game that, with no damage turned on, we bump and then that's it. That's all it does. God, it's a good day. Happy Black Friday. It's not a holiday, but it is now. Sneak in here. Yep. I love it. I love it. I can drive the way I want to drive and not be like completely murdered by the AI.
You're halfway there.
I also like how the front side of the grid is spaced out. Like, cause this feels like I'm going for the podium right now, and I only just got put into 6th So there's 5 other people out there. Oh, yeah. Oh, too late of break. No! 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 Back in there. Come on. Oh, don't slow me down. Ah. I deserve that. Oh, I crashed. Hey, look at that! Anybody see that? The AI hit me and they crashed, and I didn't. I'm no longer a fly in the wall of a bunch of tanks. Oh, God, it feels so refreshing. So refreshing. Except for when I drive like a sack of potatoes. Track limit warning, no penalty. Oh. Belgary, it's a lot better, I'll say that. All the people out there that hated on this game in the past couple days, like that are influencers that actually can affect a business financially with opinions. For the guys that were like, that avoided the good and focused all on the bad, and most of the bad in the first patch, first real patch anyway, is fixed, or at least on its way to being perfect. I kind of slightly say shame on you. Because, in my opinion, the game got punished harder than it should have. Oh, looked at chat. I gotta work on that. Looking at chat while racing. I gotta get better at it. See, that turn right there in this car is more fun than any GT3 experience I have ever had. First you learn to look, then you learn to type. Yeah. You have a skill set, sir, that I don't know if I could ever have. Look at that. The AI avoided me. I took the aggressive line and he got out of my way. Oh. It's crazy. People are driving in, or the AI is driving in this like they don't want to total their car. See, this is why it is important to let cooler heads prevail. People get emotional, and they act a certain way, and then bites them in the ass later because they got emotional. From 6 out of 10 to 9, I'm honestly, yes, I think that is a very, very fair assessment of the ratings, because this, well, the cars that I like driving are no better, but they were already amazing. The cars that were really problematic, I think, are a good amount better. I don't know enough about them or care enough about them, honestly, to be the person to ask about that. But the things that truly matter, like AI, for single player, I mean, of course. Now, obviously, if you're an online multiplayer person, the AI doesn't mean shit to you. But where this game, like, for example, I played with Sora, I played with Low and Slow, and I played with this other guy from Hawaii. I forgot his first part of his name, but GT is what I called him. It was in our last stream. That is some of the most fun I've had racing in a game, period. Ever. And it was this. But it was online, with no broken AI. It was not using any of the broken cars. It was using all the fun cars. And I had the most fun I've ever had in a racing title. But the problem is, all that was focused on one of the things that were broken. I know I've repeated myself on that, but... Alright, top 5. I think I would have probably got 3rd place, probably would have hit the podium if I didn't spin out right there and fall back to like 8th and have to work my way back. But that's a solid 75% AI experience with a full grid on 10 laps. Oh my god. I put it in 1st. I deserve it. I deserve it. Oh, I might have maintained position though. Yep. Alright. Just lost pretty badly online, but damn, this is visceral. I will say, like, I'm a pretty bad driver when it comes to the popular cars, like the GT3s, the LMDH cars, even some LMP cars. The LMP cars are okay. They're just a different version of LMDH to me. But where I do okay is the reckless cars. The cars that sway when you turn the wheel. The cars that spin tire coming through a turn. You know? That's what this is. I'm telling you, like, what I'm doing right now that the AI works, I can get on this by myself and just do pointless ass racing and have fun. Because before I couldn't do what I just did. If I loaded up the grid with 75 cars and tried doing that on that track, turn 1, I'd get bumped off the track. I wouldn't be able to get back on the track because the AI would just keep driving through me as they passed me. I'd have to essentially wait for an open clearing, and then I would never catch the AI because they would run a perfect line. Even at, like, so I did a race the other day by myself. I jumped into my favorite car, the 787B, and I set the AI to 20. The lowest and shittiest they could be. They drove away from me. And I drove pretty good. Yes, exactly. 75 chances to die. For example, Sora, when we raced the other night, and I raced you in the 787B, that same performance, the AI on 20 drove away from me because they didn't make a single mistake. And I made a couple mistakes, and all it takes, it's when it's like they're making a perfect lap every time, and you make a really, really good lap, but you have that 1% deviation where you just slowly lose ground. That was the AI at their weakest. When you said you didn't like the GT3 and hypercars, you talked about how you really have to drive the older stuff. I subbed immediately, and I never subscribed to some sim. I appreciate that. Thank you. I can't remember that Jester guy. I was watching some of his stream last night too, and I think he's on the same page. I said to him, I'm like, unpopular opinion, but GT3, GT4, and hypercars are boring. They're not fun. They're not fast. They're not fast. Like, acceleration-wise, they are very slow. Maybe not necessarily the hypercars. They're not bad. But the GT3 and the GT4 cars, I've had normal street cars that would destroy all those things in a straight line. Now, obviously, it's a straight line, and we're road racing. Duh. I understand that comparison. But I'm saying, in just the vacuum of straight line speed, they are slow. And these other cars, that's where this game absolutely, like, frags. The GTO is like, I love this car. The Cougar, Mercury Cougar, phenomenal car. In fact, no, hold on. I'm sorry, but like to me, oh, why do you keep doing that? I want that car. I want that livery. Oh, by the way, this is a I reported on this. This is a visual bug I did find. I got to turn it back off. I forgot I turned it back on to test some stuff. It's not a priority in my opinion because I've only seen it be a problem inside the garage here. Notice the headlights are flickering on this car. It's screen space reflections. It does it on all settings except for off. Turn it off. Save. Okay. It's gone. I put it on though because it does make the visuals of the game when you're actually playing the game look better. I mean, as it should. But it does add some flickery action to headlights and stuff like that. Now, I haven't seen any of that flickering in the game itself when you're racing, but I see that here when I use this car, and I get reminded of it that it's there. So, very, very small visual bug. But, again, right now, I don't think that's a priority. If that's the worst it is, I'm over it already. Supposedly exhaust sound fixes too. I mean, I drove the hyper car, the Valkyrie. That was where a lot of the patch notes were for. It drove fine. I still think they need to work on the tire model a little bit for at least the. I think, in my opinion, so I do think there was something wrong with it before. I think it's better now, but I don't want to reference Ian Bell because of all the controversy over that name, who is a person that I don't know from a hole in the wall. But he did say about that the tires on those cars need to operate inside a small window of heat. So they can't be blue and they can't be any shade of orange. They have to be green. Okay, what I noticed doing some laps in the car is that it takes forever, like I'm talking laps, to get those tires near temperature. I don't think I ever actually got them to operating temperature. And that's why the wet tires have more grip because they get to operating temperature inside of 2 turns because they overheat so fast. They're not going to last long races. But in a 1-lap sprint, for, say, qualifying, a wet tire is probably going to go faster on that car on dry pavement. Because, and I think it has to do with the fact that the regular tires are not getting up to temperature as fast as they should. With regards to watching chat while racing, I much prefer when the host will concentrate on the driving and then pause to look at the chat and respond. Obviously, this wouldn't work when racing online. Yeah, I agree for the most part, too. In this particular scenario where we're reviewing, like, sort of, like, say, a patch, I feel like it's more important to focus on testing the patch and responding to chat more so than it is to try and win a race, especially since I'm racing AI. But I agree with you. Like, if I was online racing or something like that, chat gets paused until the race is over. Like when I was racing online the other night with Sora and them, I very, very rarely looked at chat. Luckily, the guys I was talking to most, were on headset. Yeah, I couldn't even make a full lap on the wet tires, but they objectively worked better while they worked. I'm here. I'm new here. How was today's patch? Today's patch is phenomenal. It was a little iffy in the very beginning because you do, at least on this wheelbase, but it does have it in the patch notes. The pedals, the P1000 pedals, I had to recalibrate everything. My pedals weren't working at first. So I do recommend, even though it didn't say it for any other wheelbase or brand but mine, I recommend if you fire this game up after the patch, redo the wheel setup, recalibrate everything. Can't hurt. It might do nothing, but if that's the worst it does is waste your time, then what do you got to lose? I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to do this 787B race. Alright, here we go. You know what? This is another thing too, and this is because of AMS. I keep using the mouse to navigate the menu just through basic things, which I do like mouse navigation. But that's because in AMS I have to use the mouse. In this you don't have to. I have everything programmed, so, you know. See, that's another thing. I assume you got that from Jimmy's channel about how's the throttle model in this game. I heard it's pretty bad. I've had no complaints. I think the throttle drives the way the throttle should drive. I roll off the throttle, the car rolls off, I go back on it. Mind you, though, these guys are focusing on cars that I don't drive. Or I don't like to drive, so maybe that could be part of it. But, all of the complaints that I've seen get sort of like regurgitated, I have not experienced a single of. Alright, this is my favorite car to race, or at least favorite class. Yeah, throttle is responding how I want it to respond, so... If you guys thought the Group 5 stuff was fun to watch, you're in for a treat. Group C is the best. It's that... Like Gamer Muscle said, where did we go wrong with racing? Oh! These guys might actually kick my ass. I honestly don't know how they're gonna run. Thank you for the sub, whoever that was. Yeah, I think the AI is gonna be too fast for me in these cars. I might have to lower the difficulty just to get used to how good these guys are. By the way, I don't recommend it, but I'm just doing it for the sake of stressing the system. I don't recommend filling the grid with 31 cars on this track. It gets chaotic. Yeah, these guys are probably going to be a little too fast for me. That's fine. Let's try to get aggressive here. So they're very fast in a straight line, but I noticed what it seems like where the AI difficulty really neuters them is in turning. Because straight line, they're full steam ahead. Gotta get it. That's the thing that this. Oh, don't you pit me, you son of a bitch. Where you gotta get with these cars is how you win races with the Group C stuff, is you gotta get aggressive. You can't drive cautiously. I'm getting nowhere near the top of the grid on this one. I should have went into first. Wouldn't have given that position up if I didn't go into first, or if I went into first. Ugh, you son of a... Yeah, these guys are fast. That's good, though. Like, here's the thing about the AI. Real quick. By the way, driving this car kicks my ass. I love it, though. What year did the 787B win 24 again? I honestly don't know offhand. No, it doesn't start at 75%. I have it. It starts at 20. I personally, like, for me, if you... How I would program the AI is that at 100% is perfect. So, like, they might make mistakes, but, like, they are, whatever, like, the leaderboards are, like, I would take, like, say, the top 10 time trial or whatever. Whatever the top 10 is, top 10%, or top 10, I guess, The top 10 in-time trials per car, per track, would be my 100% how I would run the AI. That's what the 100% performs like. If you want to race the AI at 100%, you're going to race the best in the world in real life. And then 20%, or whatever the lowest end is you're going to have guys, the AI is going to make tons of mistakes. They're going to be slow. They're wicked slow in the turns. They're going to be slower in the, you're going to be able to pass them in the straights, and then scale that properly all the way through. But 100% AI should never be significantly worse than online competition. 100% AI should kick the shit out of, pardon my French, just about everybody who plays this game, except for the top 10 percenters, or the top 1%ers, sorry. You know, only the top 1%ers should be able to beat AI at 100%. It's all my opinion. So right now, the way this feels at 75%, I'm content with it. I like it. I'm making a good amount of mistakes right now, but I don't care. You know? But they're good. They're hard to beat. They're slower in the turns, which is where you got to try and figure out how to overtake them. But on the Group C cars are wildly hard cars to drive. The Group 5 car that I was just using, they're much easier. They're much slower car. They're much easier car to drive, but they're still like give you that out of control feeling. That's why I was able to kind of climb up the grid. So, anyway. Give me my penalty now. Oh, no warning. Okay, good. Perfect. The penalty system was a huge buff, in my opinion. Alright, there's my, so for reference, it took me 3, I'm gonna back out of this quick. It took me, I don't need the mouse. It took me 3 track limits to get my first warning. So, that's acceptable. Alright. For the sake of my sanity, I'm gonna lower the AI back down to 50. I'll keep the same grid size. Let me try the GTO cars. GTO is another blast. So, I like the the Cougar the best, but I think I'm the fastest in the Audi. The Z28 is a fun driving car, but I unfortunately think it's the slowest one. It just doesn't have the power, and it weighs too much. So, let's give this car... Now, this car is a hard car to drive, but it's fun. Just purchased it from GameStop20 after watching this, so thanks. Not a problem. Not a problem. Here's the thing. There are gonna be other people playing this that are gonna make videos about how it still sucks. I guarantee you that. So, the best thing I can say is, unfortunately, gamble with your own money. It's $70 retail, US. If that amount of money is like a big expense for you, and you're like, I don't know if I should get this because that amount of money is whatever the case is, then don't buy the game. But if you're willing to gamble the $70 and go, it's still not that good, it needs more time in the oven, and not desire a refund, then I think you should 100% get this game. There's a shit ton of fun to have here. Yes, the base game is $70. But I don't know if the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park is in the base game. I feel like it probably is. It's a relatively basic track. But this class is. Group 5 is a lot of fun, and that's in the expansion. But I bought them both prior to release, so it is what it is. But the point, though, my point is that if the money is going to hurt you, and you need a perfect experience to justify it, I wouldn't get the game yet. However, if you can deal with some bugs, and you want to have a good amount of time, and you like cars besides GT3 and Hyper, because I do think you're going to get a better GT3 and Hypercar experience elsewhere for computer players. PC players, ACC will probably give you the best GT3 experience, but it's all you can do. And it's a great sim, but it's a boring video game, if that makes sense. Gran Turismo is Gran Turismo. It's got everything, but it doesn't do anything perfect. It does everything really good. I would like to see people get this game and just tolerate some of the problems, because based off what they do with this one patch right here, I'm sure they got more in the oven. It's only on the upside from here. We're at we are in the bottom of the hole right now, and we're digging ourselves out, you know? But like I said, it comes down to the money. If the money is something that you need for something else, don't get this game. If the game needs to be perfect to justify the money, don't get the game. If you can tolerate some problems, but want to have a lot of fun doing some things in this game, then absolutely get this game. The AI seems fixed. AI is way, way, way more fun than it was before. I hated the AI. In fact, every time I tried playing this game with AI, I would stop playing, and I would either go online or I would do solo laps. Let's go back to Group 5. So, Group 5, this is a car I really like. This is a DLC car, unfortunately. But this doesn't mean it's the only good car because it's a DLC car. There's a bunch of other cars that come with the base game. A lot of fun. Forgot where I was going with that. Oh, I would say if you can afford to gamble with the $70 or whatever it costs for you, if you can afford the gamble and not be fully satisfied, I would 100% recommend the game. Because there will be some bugs. But yesterday when read your above comment, yesterday when I tried to run this game on my i3 8GB RAM laptop, it literally just got exploded in front of me. Not lying, my fingers burned. I mean, when you say i3 8GB of RAM, do you mean 8GB of system RAM or VRAM? Because I wouldn't want 8GB of VRAM on a modern system. And if it's 8GB of total system RAM, I'm sorry, but this game, do not buy this game. And it has nothing to do with this game. Most modern games are going to hate that system. Period. You need more horsepower than that. That's just the... In my opinion, if that is the laptop or the computer that you're going to use, buy a PS5. Because I'm a computer guy long before I'm a sim racer of some kind. So I can tell you that laptop, if I owned that laptop, respectfully, and wanted to game with it, I just wouldn't. I would probably use a console. I have a PS5 as well, by the way. I just prefer to play on PC if the game allows it. It's not an airport. No need to announce your departure. Refund. Just do it if you're not happy. I agree. It's one of those things where, like, it's just human nature where when someone feels like they got burned, they need to tell someone. In video games, the first people they want to tell is strangers on the internet. Canadian price $103 after tax on Xbox digital for the base game. It is about $104 every other digital game. I don't know why. I don't know. I bought this game for $90 US with the DLC before the price change, but I'm a US based. I don't know. It was the same price as every other full retail game. I'm an Indian boy. My parents just promised me to gift a PS2 for my B-Day in 2025. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but either way, that's the cold hard truth of modern gaming and using old hardware. You just need newer stuff, unfortunately. You don't need what I have, but, you know. I definitely recommend if you're going to be building a computer now, I would rather have a 4070 over a 3090. Because a 4070 is going to get me into frame gen territory. And I know people love to hate it, but frame gen is gangster. Hope they patch that as well. I can't comment on that. I don't know. All I can comment on is how is the game and if I'm having fun or not. I gotta work on my reaction times. That's just old age showing its hand right there. Yeah, see, in this class, 50% AI is way too easy. Because I just raced him on 75% and I lowered it to 50 and then changed classes, so I didn't switch it back. God, these cars, though, are just so much fun. I don't know, throttle seems responsive to me. I'm holding throttle, pinning the throttle, I don't know, I haven't experienced at all what Jimmy was talking about. Excuse me, though. See, if I tried doing that with yesterday's AI, I would have died. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. I'm actually trying to get the AI to sort of hit me and get reckless with them and see how they respond. I'm testing the AI. Like, watch. Well, I deserve that. I deserve that. It would be cool if they somehow baked it into the code that the aggressor on contact is the one who gets punished more. Like right there, like if I got punished right there because I was the one that clearly intentionally made contact, that would be a great way, in my opinion, to... I mean, I could see it creating some problems for accidental contacts, but have like a certain window of aggression where you get punished if you're the one that makes the contact. Here we go, here's the hard part. Oh, I pulled out too late. I'm back in last. Well, this gives me something to do now. I did what I said I hate when I do. I looked at chat. That's all it takes. It's crazy. That's fine. We're just having fun. Let's see if I can run the AI down, though. Alright, I'm going to focus now. That was a terrible turn. Yeah, the AI would. Oh, look at this! We got an AI accident! Oh no, what happened here? Oh, oh god! Oh, so close! Oh, we broke the AI, boys. So as you can see, they're not perfect. Oh, I wish I had that recorded. But that's okay. I mean, if that's like an every race thing, that kind of sucks. But like once in a while, I'll take a total pile up. Oh, they're pitting now. Look at this. Oh, that was good. That was a good time. I almost made it all the way through that pile up. Now I have to wonder if because I made so many mistakes and they got so far in front of me that the game did something to make them let me catch up. I have to wonder. Because that's the first time that's happened so far today. And it's also the first time that I got so far back because I spun out a couple times. This car is so much fun. Like, how can you drive a GT3 car and drive this car and prefer to drive a GT3 car? Also, if you guys haven't figured out by now, I'm using an H pattern, which makes GT3 racing that much more boring as well, not using an H pattern. Fastest on track, you damn well know it. Oh, and they fixed the penalty system too. Way better now. Way better. I think you get 3 limits before getting a penalty now. See, that's racing to me. Oh, I crashed him! See? Pause. So, I got aggressive right there, and with my overtake, or undertake, I don't know if I passed him, either way. And he came back into my lane and hit me. And he spun out. I was barely affected. I felt the bump, but I didn't really have to do anything to manage it. He spun out. Yesterday, if that exact same scenario occurred, I'd have been shot across the track like I was built of rubber, and they would have stayed on the line and kept going. Perfect. That's how it should be. I don't expect contactless racing. If anybody out there wants the AI to never hit you, then you don't want to experience real racing. If you make an aggressive line and take their line and they bump you, they're showing human error. I want the AI to behave like people who make mistakes. I don't want AI to behave like AI, be perfect. Because at the end of the day, none of us are going to compete with AI. I feel like we've all seen Terminator at some point. If they want to win, they'll win. They can program them to just run laps around us in the same lap. So anyway, perfect. Perfect. I need to do a review video now. But I don't care. I'm having too much fun. This is perfect. Whew. Sorry, I got really excited. Let me take this brief moment to look at chat, and then I'll get back to this race. Let's see. One day I'll become like you. You are a really cool guy. Well, thank you. I don't know if that's sarcasm, but thank you. And I'm sure you're a cool guy, too. Ben Cook 130, I'm just going to get it after watching you, even though I'm a cheapskate. I think I'm going to love it. If not, it's on me. See, that's the thing. if you can live with losing the money, because like I tell people, my analogy I used the other day was like, if you can be going down the street and pull your, I don't know, your wallet out and $100 fall out, if it like sets you back and hurts you financially because that happened, do not buy the game. Like, yeah, I'm just saying, that's not a dig on anybody financially. I'm just saying, if you're in that scenario where $100 will like mentally break you or financially damage you, then don't get the game until it's perfect. But if you can gamble away $100 or lose it and it go, damn, that sucks, and that's about where it affects you, then I would say get the game, because there's so much fun to have. I'm having a blast. Any little bugs, don't even care. There's so much fun surrounding them that I don't care. The AI is now fun. It will only get better over time, and they identify the launch issue quick. And here's the thing. The things that have been being said about the company, okay, for example, the focus has been on this Ian Bell guy, who is the owner. I don't know him. I don't know him from a hole in the wall. What I do know is Project Motor Racing so far. And there's been a lot of good here and some bad. And everybody has been focused on Ian Bell and not the game. And they've taken the problems with the game, and instead of taking the problems with the game and the good things about the game, they've taken the problems with the game and Ian Bell, and that's what's been focused on. Does anybody here know Ian Bell? I couldn't pick him out of a crowd. I have no idea what he looks like. I think he's a bald guy. Cool. I know hundreds of them. But I can absolutely separate the game from that guy, because I don't know who that guy is, and I know this game. I know, it's a random rant about Ian Bell, who I don't know. Who hurt the PMR's devs? New update is fire. Let's see. That's the first. Let's go. Sounds really good. I have wish Sophie would beat me. Obviously, this AI can beat me by far. That's the thing. Gran Turismo AI sucks. And I liked Gran Turismo. I put over 1,000 hours in Gran Turismo. I had a good time with it. But I'm completely burned out with it, and I'm probably never going to play. I might touch it again after the update, but it's not going to be enough to bring me back to the game. Because it's not, in my opinion, from a competitive standpoint, that's all that's left for me for the game. I've done everything possible in single player, and I don't like the competitive side of that game. It's not fun to me. I think it'll definitely be worth... Here's the thing. If you like Gran Turismo 7, and you've had it since day one, and you've put, like, I think for me, I don't even play it anymore. I'm probably going to get it. I don't know if I'm going to play it on a wheel, because I can't anymore, because I sold my Logitech stuff, and I got my Simagic now, but anyway. Let's finish this race. Okay, this bug happened again. Sora, are you still in here? This is the third time this has happened. Third time. Which isn't very often, but it's the weirdest bug, and I have to talk on about it because it just happened. My H pattern shifter stopped working, and frame gen turned off. And I'm also getting super low frames right now. Like, lower than what I should be getting with frame gen on. Now, if I go into the menu, notice how it turned, frame gen shows it's on. I click in here, frame gen's on. I go back, right? Let's go back to the game. How much you want to bet my H pattern works? I think I was just in 4th gear, so let's leave it there. Resume. Let's see if I'm in 4th. I went into 5th, and frame gen's back on. Everything's back to normal. We're good. The weirdest bug. I don't know what caused it. It's the third time it's happened. Where I'll pause the game and then unpause it. I go back in the game. My H pattern doesn't work and frame gen's off. I go in the menu. I don't do anything. And then I close the menu and it works again. Weird. Not game breaking, but definitely like, you know, what the hell moment. I want to drive through you so bad, but I'm being polite. You son of a bitch. Goodbye. Shake and bake. Oh, that car is fast, though. I don't know. The Porsche is the fastest one in this class, straight line-wise. Oh, but the AI! AI brake checked me. If that was a human player or the AI turned up, that car would drive away from this car in the straight. Remember, the AI is only at 50% right now. And in this class, 50% is not enough. The Group C class seems the most challenging with the AI turned up. Wait. These must be... Okay. So I'm about to lap these guys because I'm confused because I'm in first place now. Oh. That's me. See, that's a contact where I don't blame the AI. I darted in front of the AI's line. But it didn't crash me. It didn't punish me for it. I was able to keep going. So we know that, for me anyway, Group 5, 50% AI is not enough. 75 I think is really good. 75 I think is going to be a really good challenge if I start at the back of the pack. If I'd be interested to see qualifying now. If I turned on qualifying and I try to go for pole, what position I would come in with the AI at 100%. So if anybody is watching now and is curious, I uploaded a video today of my first ever online race. Oh, Jesus. With the 787B. And that was before this patch. I had a blast. My first online experience. And I'm trying to put a little more positivity out there. Because I come from the real racing world, and the real racing world can be real negative, and obviously, so can the video game world. But after all the negativity I saw surrounding this game, I feel like the negative stuff should absolutely be talked about, but the positive shit should be too. I just don't think it's fair to only talk about bad stuff when it's a mixed bag. Remember, when the glass is half full, it's also, when the glass is half empty, it's also half full. I would say right now, the glass is now 3/4 full. In my opinion, this is what the day one patch should have been. I'm sure there's still going to be all sorts of random bugs and gremlins throughout random people's setups. You're not going to see complaints just go away because of this patch. Oh man, I'm getting 206 frames with Frame Gen 2X on. I should be getting 500 frames because I got a 5090. This game's trash. There'll be someone to find a reason to complain about everything. I'm in the lead by 30 seconds. And I'm driving like a bag of ass. Oh! I don't know what I was doing there. think my front tires are getting a little too warm. I'm just curious, what's everybody's favorite way to drive? I am a big engine breaker. You haven't figured that one out already. I aggressively downshift to stop. And also, what's fun about a lot of these older cars, especially you can really only do with the H pattern. You can kind of do it with the paddles, but not, because the thing is you really need to skip gears. So, go to the mouse. Oh, you know what? Let me look at that quick. They supposedly uncapped the frame rate of replay. I think I broke it. Okay, I didn't break it. It was just loading. So this is replay. Wait, is that like full resolution too? I know they said they uncapped the frame rate. Alright, so you can definitely see frame gen in this. A lot of artifacting, but that's frame gen. You can turn that off, at least. But I don't think I can do it right now. But replay looks a lot better. So does me crashing. That right there was me trying to make the AI hit me. Oh, man. I'm excited. That's a step in the right direction. Now, I wonder if now they're making it so that the replays scale to your, at least on PC. Again, grain of salt on console. What am I doing? Oh, that's right. That was when I think I looked at chat. I think everything scales now, because at first they saw... I'll see if I can find the comment. It's up there. But Sora mentioned something about the replay now scaling frame rate wise, or being the frame rates essentially unlocked. But oh, that's cool. So if I click outside on my other window here, I think frame gen turns off when I click on. Yep, that's nifty. So if you notice, if you look at my frame rate, where it says FG, that means frame gen, obviously. If I click off of this screen, because obviously I have two screens here, one to look at chat. If I click on the screen that has chat open, it turns off frame gen. If I go back over here, as soon as I click, now, frame gen turns back on. So frame gen clearly only operates when that is the lead window. Interesting. Oh, this is the big pile up. Here I go. I'm going to try and get through this pile up in front of me. I almost do it. I almost pull it off. Look at it. Oh! Almost. Oh. That's such a good time. I want to save that replay. How do I do that, though? I think I gotta quit. Are you sure? Yes. Somebody there. Alright, anyway, whatever. Alright. That's a good time. That's a good time. Alright, let me look at some of these comments here. Let's see. Have I tried Race Room? Yeah, I dabbled with it briefly. I have not done enough to even give a remotely close to a good review on it or anything like that. I've tried everything for at least 20 minutes. I'll say that. Custom Slip killed everything fun in Gran Turismo. I believe that. Gran Turismo 7 Sport Mode, 3 races a week is low. 5 would be decent, or a 5-race championship. Yeah. It's just, I'm burnt out on it, unfortunately. All right, so let's short, words are hard. Let's go to, the 16 card grids, I believe, is the max you can do on console right now. Let's try a more comparable. Let's see if we can do 5 laps, though. I don't want to keep burning up 10 laps. So, all right, we're going to do the GTO class, which comes with the game. I don't know if this track does. I want to say it does. It's a very basic track. It's just a lot of fun. Let's try this out. And we're doing the max grid size of console. All right. Here we go. See if there's anything in vehicle setup. All right, so auto hard, that's fine. I'm just curious if there's any tire more grippier than hards, but a lot of these older cars only get hard tires. So, again, this is all running base settings, the way the game comes.
Good luck, mate. You can do it.
This car is pretty hard to drive, but it's fun. Whoop. I think what they gotta do is change the sound of contact. It's a very thuddy sound, and it makes it feel just... I don't know. The sound makes it sound like contact is bad, but what I'm feeling and seeing isn't bad. It just sounds like silly. Alright, I left the AA on probably a little too easy because I cut the grid size down and I shouldn't have. Excuse you. Yeah, if they change the sound, contact will just feel a lot better. I mean, it feels fine. It's just the sound that's just a weird, like... It sounds like you punch someone in, like, the chest. I don't know, it's weird. Like, if I was playing a video game where I was running around, like Superman punching random strangers, like if it was Grand Theft Auto or something, and I was in full sprint and I just jumped in the air and punched someone in the face, that's what the sound of contact is in this. It's very strange. Like, watch. I want like a crunchier, raspier sound. But has no real effect on the way the game plays. This car is a grippier version of that BMW. So what do we think so far? From those who have been watching. Has anybody been reinvigorated? Oh, first. That car needs like, I need to change the ratios. I want to shorten second gear a little bit. Because there's like a weird dead spot between first and second. Where first is just, you're out of gear. And second, you need a little more nut to get going. Oh. I have one last question before I pull the trigger. Can I play career offline? That was in the marketing. I haven't tried that. So, unfortunately, I can't show you that right now. Because if I tried that, I can't stream. So, that was in the original marketing, is that career mode. It's an offline game. Gran Turismo is obviously an online-only game. That's been where the industry's been shifting to, which I am anti big time. Most people are. But supposedly, I haven't tried it yet, so I can't give you a confident answer. But I would have to disconnect my internet and then see. But supposedly, that was a big part of their marketing thing, was that you could play this game offline. Career mode. Also, my shifter is in neutral right now. It was in gear, and I don't remember what gear it was in. Does it say in the dash anywhere? No, it doesn't. Well, we're going to wing it. All right, we got it. Too much. They supposedly have updated the LMDH cars. I am not the guy to ask, though, if they're doing what they're supposed to do or not. I did test the Valkyrie out in the very beginning of the stream, if you wanted to go back and watch it. but it feels a little bit better. But I will say, the GT3 cars feel a lot better. GT3 cars, way better. Force feedback feels like they fixed force feedback. And that was the biggest complaint I had about GT3. I just don't like either of those cars enough to care about how they are, because that's not why I play this game. But I know most people like those cars. But, I'll give you a bit more of a better answer when I finish this. Alright, so, as quick a TLDR assessment of the LMDH cars is that I think they've made progress with it. I wouldn't say it's perfect. I just don't know, because I don't really drive those. I hate the way those cars drive in every game. I just feel like they never have enough grip. But, so they might be perfect. And I just don't know, because I feel like this car has way more grip. Anyway, the wet tires still offer way more immediate grip because they warm up so much faster. I am either the world's worst race car driver or this game is still severely broken. I don't know. I don't drive race cars in real life, do you? So if you do, then as far as I'm concerned, you have a much better insight. But if neither one of us drive real race cars, then I would go ahead and say we have no something to stand on, ground to stand on, whatever. But I don't play this game for LMDH cars. LMDH cars are boring. So are GT3 cars. But anyway, so my take on the tire model for the LMDH cars is that the immediate grip is still much better on the wet tires. The wet tires, you can't even get a full lap in, though. So if you were to do a qualifying session right now, one lap, on a shorter track on an LMDH car, the wet tire is going to be your faster qualifying lap. What I did notice with the soft tires is they take a long time to get up to temperature, but it is quite noticeable how much better they grip once they start to approach temperature. But it's rather difficult to get to that temperature. That makes sense. Welcome back, Mr. GT. So far we got our first patch, and it's a whole hell of a lot better than it was. The AI is way better. Like I said, I'm not the guy to ask about GT3 and the LMDH stuff, though, because I don't care about those cars in general in any game. That's why I don't play LMU. That's why I don't play any game that, like, I like it. I think ACC is a fantastic simulator. I don't like GT3 cars, so I'm not enticed to play it very much. But if I want a great GT3 experience, I jump in ACC. Yeah, no, it's definitely a mass improvement over the last one. And that's fine. I mean, I'm not saying that anything bad towards the people that do like those cars. I'm just giving you my perspective in that I'm not the guy to ask if those cars are doing what they should be doing, because I don't drive them enough in other sims, because I just don't care about them. They're not what I have fun with. Like, I think GT3 cars and GT4 cars are extremely boring. They don't have enough power. They have a lot of grip. They have a good ability to turn. They have a good amount of stopping power, which it leads to a very competitive car because there's a big skill gap. But solo, like, I look at a car like this. How fun is the car to drive by yourself? If it's boring, then it's a boring car. Like, I'm sorry, but there's not going to be a single person on the planet that could ever convince me a GT3 car is more fun than a 787B or a Sauber. Never going to happen. I like cars that have souls. And I just feel like the GT3 cars are boring. You know? Again, if you like them, that's good. But I think right now in this particular game, if your sole focus is GT3 and LMDH, then this isn't your game yet. As far as I'm concerned, if this game can get close to the best sims for GT3 and LMDH, then this game is crushing it, because this game thrives using cars like this. Old school stuff. And there's, like Dutch Mania says, there's plenty of games that focus on GT3. Like, I don't know why there is such a major focus on GT3 in this, because they're everywhere. Everybody has a GT3 sim. What's the point of having 57 games that execute GT3 great? This car's a lot of fun. For you, GT3s are fascinating on single player. I could easily chase ones off on Nordschleife for hours. I have done that. I mean, that's good. That's I'm glad that you like it. And I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just telling you, I personally think they're boring. All of my, I should say all, anytime I've ever built a street car with the intent to go fast, obviously this is a one-dimensional outlook, but a straight line, they've all been substantially faster than GT3 cars. And I also come from the motorcycle world and racing motorcycles, so like I'm also tainted on speed as well from that aspect of things. I like cars that have blistering speed, that are that still handle great, but the car has to be driven. Like, this is an example of a car that has to be driven. Not saying that this is a fast car, but this car has to get driven, you know? I also like using an H pattern for racing. Not going to use an H pattern in a GT3 car, unless your goal is to be slow. Oh my god, GT. Oh dear. Careful with them 3D printers, man. I know a lot of guys making 3D printed stuff for actual motorcycles, so imagine that safety window, but on a motorcycle going 200 miles an hour. God, this car has such a heavier wheel by comparison to what I've been using. You know, this car's got a manual rack in it for sure. Moral of the story, use better plastics. Oh, too hot, too hot. Definitely overestimated my braking. I might take a Group 5 car or something around the Nürburgring. That actually sounds like a lot of fun right now. I think I'm gonna do that next race. I'm telling you, if you have this game and you only drive GT3 cars, you're wasting your time. This game thrives with stuff like this. Thrives. If you don't believe me, just go watch Gamer Muscle streams. He would 100% agree. And he's got way more star power and opinion power than I do in this sim racing world. Look, that sounds like a fist fight. I'm telling you, they just need to change the sound of the audio of contact. Like, it sounds like it's a video game where you're fighting people. Oh. The fact that I can navigate my way around the AI now, though, is so good. Oh.
Good stuff. Quickest lap of the session.
Actually, you know what I want to do? I might pay the price, but this car's a lot of fun with TC off. Haha! It's gonna slow me down for sure. Big NA rear-wheel drive car. Or big engine NA. Go back to TC1. Keep it a little on the safer side. Oh no! Poor time to adjust traction control. Yeah, TC1 is doing exactly what TC1 should do. Just enough to limit you in the oh shit moments, but keep you in control of the tires for the most part. But if you're doing some solo laps and want to practice like sliding, this car is a lot of fun with no TC. I guess we're never going to find out if that guy's a real LMDH race car driver or not. Oh, that RX-7 sounds decent. It's about to get gapped though. That subscription audio came in just at the right time. Thanks for the sub. Passed him right as I got the victory fanfare noise. All right, got one more guy to catch in a short amount of time. I don't think I'm gonna do it with this car though. This car is a bit of a boat, but it's a fun boat. I don't think I got enough. This car doesn't have... It's okay in a straight line. But, I don't think I got enough here. Nope. Oh well. I tried to get a little risky there and didn't have enough.
Well done. The timing screen shows you're the fastest car out there right now.
So, that's been the most commonly asked question, Mateo. Are the LMDH and the GT3 drivable now? I would say if you still have the game, drive it for yourself. I personally don't like driving those cars in any sim. They're, like I said, the LMDHs to me always feel slidier than they should be. But again, I don't know what they drive like in real life. I've never driven one, and I can almost guarantee most people commenting on how they should drive have never driven one. But anyway, the GT3 stuff feels a lot better now. Can I say it's 100% of the best GT3 experience? No, because I don't like that experience. But I can definitely say the force feedback makes more sense now. They definitely patched a lot of the force feedback problem, which my initial assessment of the GT3 cars was a lot of the problem in driving them was the force feedback felt like you were getting the wrong information. And if the feedback you're getting that your brain is triggered to operate off of is wrong, then how good the car grips isn't going to matter anymore because you're not telling the car what to do correctly. Because the feedback isn't telling you what to do correctly. The AI is tenfold way better. Like, my honest opinion of how the AI changed with this one little tweak of a patch is that somewhere deep in the code for AI, someone fat-fingered something and broke it completely. They already had a good AI model, and they broke it with a fat finger. And then they found that, and they fixed it. Because the way the AI just progressed from what it was yesterday or 4 hours ago to right now was not a quick little update. Like, the how much more intuitive they are. They avoid you now. They still will bump you, but you'll bump the AI. But one thing I found, too, was that a lot of times now, if the AI bumped me, I would feel it, but have very little effect on my driving, and they would lose control. It punished the person doing the contacting, whether it was AI or the real player, more so than the AI just hitting you. You go flying off the track, and they don't deviate from their path. So it really does feel like the AI was completely broken, but because there was a bug to find, and they found the bug and fixed it. Now, where the AI is at, I'm going to put it up there with like AMS2. Now, no AI, in my opinion, is perfect. I think they're all kind of shitty in their own way. But I didn't want to play with the AI before. Now, all I've done is play with the AI. In fact, I'm going to go to the ring right now and jump on the, and race the AI. Give you an example. And if there is going to be a place where the AI is dreadful to race, it's going to be this one. So we're not doing... Oh, that's right. The AI was on 75 right there. Okay, that makes sense then. That's good. That's good. So I'll show you... I thought the AI was on 50% for that race. So, okay. I was going to say they were really hard right there. By comparison, I mean, I came in second place. I wouldn't say that's really hard, but difficult. So let's lower them to 50 for the sake of, craziness. It's the Nürburgring. We're going to go down to one lap. And I'll give you a shining example of how they went. Now I'm going to run this car, round wheel, H pattern on the ring. Oh, supposedly they lowered some of the vibrance of the graffiti. I mean, that wasn't something the fact that people were complaining about that tells me people are just never going to be pleased. Because that's not even something I saw. How vibrant the graffiti was on the track. So, alright. Oh. I've never driven this car on the Nürburgring, by the way, so give me a benefit of the doubt here. I'm going to make some mistakes. Now, I fully expect the AI to be hitting me in this, because So real quick, we're going to restart that. That was all me. I completely forgot about the fact that I am on ice-cold tires.
Yeah, good start. Remember to keep the
So-
clean. It's turn 1.
Let's, we got to go a little easier in the very first part of this race. I don't know what I was doing there, but it doesn't really matter anyway. Come on, tires. Let's get warm. Get off the grass. I'm stuck in it. And by the way, I think you saw I put the AI to 50%. Probably should have left it at 75, but because they're a little too easy right now. Money shifted. I thought that was going to be a cool overtake, and I grabbed first instead of third. Oh, what a dope. Like I said, this is my first time taking this car down around the Nordschleife, so cut me a little bit of slack here. I think I also have it set on winter time. I'm not sure. So the tires are not warming up. Friggin' mouse is drifting. All the H pattern shifting drifts my mouse into the screen. So far, what do you think of the AI? I mean, there hasn't been any contact. I'm driving a little more cautiously because I'm trying to just warm my tires up, but... Driver excuses, DLC installed. I don't know what you're trying to say. Oh. They really got to change that contact audio. It's so bad. I can't unhear, like, Streets of Rage from Nintendo days. Just the natural sound of fist fighting while I'm running through the streets. Yeah, the AI, I definitely got to turn the difficulty up if I want to. The Group 5 class, it's weird. So I definitely think that the AI, like the strength affects the classes a bit differently. Like 50 on Group 5 is super easy. Group C, 50 is probably average. Definitely one of the worst carousels I've ever seen. It's fine. 75% on this class feels pretty good. But, I mean, let's face it, we just drove through 15 or so AI, yeah, 15 AI, and with very, very minimal contact, and usually the contact came from my own fault. Just a slight bump here and there, but nothing that affected the race by any means. So, I mean, if I really wanted to make this interesting, I'd put the grid up to 32 cars, and I would bump up the difficulty from 50 to 75%. Money shifted again. I don't care what anybody says. H pattern, so much more fun than paddles. Yeah, I could shift with paddles too. Watch, ready? Cool. But I'm gonna stick with the H pattern. Plus, the H pattern actually shifts faster. Looks night and day. I'm telling you, the AI is... The way the AI progressed with this patch tells me the code was pretty... Like, how they had the AI program was pretty solid, and somebody fat-fingered something and broke it completely, and they just fixed it. Because typically when the AI was as bad as it was, you don't just all of a sudden have this level of AI in one patch. You don't just reprogram and all of a sudden it's great, unless there was a bug that they found. Like there was a fat finger bug. It was an accidental. They typed in too many ones or too many zeros when they weren't supposed to. They zigged when they should have zagged, and then they just didn't. And they just fixed it. But like, I'm sorry, that's a shit ton of fun. If you want to hate on this game, go ahead. I couldn't care less. I just had a shit ton of fun doing that. That's a good time. That's an extremely good time. Now here's if I want to make it difficult. Let's do this. Or... Oh, I can only... Alright, so the max grid size for this track, this class, is 19. Okay. So I will say this, that number is... It varies. So let's do this. Confirm that. And now let's do this. Let's make it not winter. Let's make it summer. I want a little more grip. First, let me use the bathroom. But we're going to do that again. All right. So we bumped the AI to 75%. AI 75%. 19 cars on the grid, including myself, I believe. Or no, 19 opponents. So 20 cars on the grid. Summer, no damage. Is the AI better than it was pre-patch? So far, I say yes. But let's do another demonstration. All right, here we go. Starting in dead last place, 19 or 20 car grid, 20th place. Don't run into the back of the AI though. There's no fixing that. Gotta find my opening here. Ah, that was me. Ain't gonna blame the AI for that one. Yeah, the AI avoids you now. There is still contact here and there, but I'm okay with that. The point is that the AI knows you're there now, and they drive around you. That's me again. Knew it. Knew it. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the brake check. I just want to go, man. I'm trying to cut in on him. It's not working out. God, I love driving these cars, man. Oh, no! Oh, I thought I lost it there. Oh, this is going to be a dogfight for the pole, isn't it? Maybe not. Nope. Oh, you chickened out. Your loss is my gain, buddy. Oh boy, he's catching me. I should pay attention to where I'm going. So, what do we think? How's the AI doing now?
Victory is ours. Congratulations on the win. Great drive.
That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. You play AC Evo as your primary sim? What kind of... Here's the thing. Let me ask you this. What kind of cars do you like to use? What's your favorite car? If you say GT3, or if you say LMDH, I would say right now, PMR isn't the game for you. Or isn't the sim for you. Whatever you want to call it. If you are wildly into Group C cars, wildly into the GTO cars, there's so much variety in this game of cool, much more fun cars, because GT3 cars are boring. Sorry. Don't take that personal. No one in this chat owns a GT3 car, so you shouldn't take it personal. Then this game is amazing. The patch today that just came out. So ironically, this stream went entirely different than I thought it was going to go, which I'm about wrapping up anyway. I thought this stream was essentially going to be... Alright, I'll compare Project Motor Racing to AMS2, to ACC, even though I would have to compare the most broken part of this game to ACC, which is, in my opinion, the best part of what this game is the lacking in. And then maybe even Rensport for why not. But when I opened up Steam 5 minutes before going live, I got a patch. It updated. So it's like, oh, let me shift gears. I am happy I did. So this patch that they let out today did more, substantially more than the day one patch did. I didn't play the game before day one release, so I don't know what it was like. But everything I saw from people that I trust, not the people that just made videos hating this game, it didn't look like a change from the day one patch. Yeah, the AI now works. Like I said, the best way I can explain the way the AI got better was, this wasn't a 2 days worth of figuring out how to recode something and remake something at its core better, and all of a sudden it works. No, this was, they already had a good model for the AI, and in tweaking it, somebody fat-fingered something, and they broke something. They zigged when they should have zagged. They put too many ones when they should have put too many zeros. Whatever it was, they completely broke the AI to the point where it sucked. It was the worst AI experience I've personally ever had. Now it's up there with the best AI you can get in a sim to this day so far. Which, mind you, I don't think AI is amazing in any sim. I think they're just fun enough to make the thing fun for a solo experience. But you just saw me do a lap on the Nordschleife in the Group C, the Group 5 cars. Group 5 cars are fun, wild ride cars, and there was minimal contact. The AI was set to 75%. If I'd set them to 100%, I probably would have lost. I'm starting in the back of the pack, but it feels good. And if you're a PC player, the GPU offloading issue is a lot better. I don't know if it's 100% fixed, but it's a lot better. You don't drop nearly as many frames when you have AI cars in the track versus solo. I like GT3s and LMPH cars, so basically hold off for now at the moment is what you're saying. I would say yes. I mean, unless I'm confident the game's only going to get better and better. With this one patch, I'm like, holy shit, this game is way better. It's only going to get better. Unless they go, now we're done, cash grab and move on, the game's only going to get better. So I would say if you need the money for something else, I wouldn't invest, even though you're not going to get money back out of it, so invest is probably the wrong word, but invest your money into it for getting into some future fun. I would hold off for now, unless, like I said, the money doesn't matter. Because then I would just buy the game. Because, like, me personally, I don't use those cars very often, so I don't care. But I can tell you, Group 5 or Group C or the GTO classes, by themselves, with no modern cars in this game whatsoever, I would spend the money again. In my opinion, for these older types of cars, which are not very common in Sims, so there's not a lot of competition, AMS2 was my, So here's the thing. What do you think of AMS2? AMS2 is my favorite sim so far. My opinion. Remember that. Everybody has different opinions. I don't really like the slidey physics that much. This game it is a little slidey, but it makes it a realistic sliding feel. Whereas AMS, you just feel like I'm just sliding everywhere. Whereas this game here, if you noticed, I throw it in the first gear at the very last turn, and I kick the ass out because it engine brakes and locks up the tires and slides me out. But then I slow down to the point where I can accelerate at the top of first gear, grab second, and accelerate out of it like I look like I know what I'm doing. In AMS2, I would probably just crash doing that. So, the best experiences in this game right now, in my opinion, are the best you're going to get, period, in a sim. I think AC Evo isn't enough yet. I think the game eventually, I think in a year, AC Evo is going to be a juggernaut. But right now, I've played it, and it's too... And now, mind you, I'm playing Project Motor Racing right now. And when I've played Evo, it's been too buggy for me. Too problematic. But I see what's there. And I see that in a year's time, AC Evo is probably going to be an incredible game. But right now, I would much rather play Project Motor Racing. But I don't use GT3 or LMP cars. Although, now the GT3 cars, I would say, are a lot better than they were. Now they're usable. The LMDH cars in this right now, they are... I mean, here's the thing. Anybody complaining about them in their current state right now is just complaining for the sake of complaining. The cars, if you turn up traction control and you turn up ABS, the cars drive fine. The problem right now, I'd say, is still in their tire model where either the tires are taking too long to get up to temp, causing them to just not have enough grip soon enough. Because every other sim I've played, the LMDH cars have zero grip on softs until you warm the tires up, and then they grip. But you can get them up, typically, inside of one lap, you can get the tires up to temperature. Right now, I feel like you got to do 2 or 3 laps to get the tires warm. And at that point, you're already, unless you're doing an endurance race, you've already spent a good amount of the race losing or crashing position to get the tires warm. So we'll see where that goes. But right now, I would say the GT3 cars and the LMDH cars are the weakest cars in this game. But I don't care because I don't use those cars. So my opinion is jaded based off of if you are the person who wants to race the GT3 and the LMDH prototype stuff, I would use other sims. But if you want a lot of fun racing some cars like this, I'm telling you, man, there's no sim that's doing anything like this for me. Not even, and I'm not saying that because I bought it and I don't care. I don't care about the money that costs I spend on this game. I really don't. I have every sim. I currently, if you look at my Steam library, I have every sim you can buy right now. And I, you know, like for example, I have like 20 minutes in LMU. Why? The game for what it is great, but I don't like the cars. I'm not into racing those cars. So other people be like, LMU is the greatest sim to ever exist because of XYZ car and the experience, and I don't disagree with them. I just don't care because I'm not into those cars. I'm not into that kind of racing. I am into chaotic, controlled... Like, if you could take rally racing... I mean, that's what this shit is. That's what, in my opinion, that's what Group 5 is. It's obviously they're not rally cars. But my point is that they are the middle ground between rally and, say, GT3 in terms of harnessing chaos into control. That's the kind of racing I like doing. Stuff where I'm slapping gears on an H pattern, kicking the car out sideways to make a corner faster than if I had, you know, went around it maintaining traction on all 4 tires, you know? But different strokes. This game, I would say... I mean, if that's patch 1, I don't want to be that positive and say every patch is going to do what this patch did, but I can see in just a month's time this game being a juggernaut. But the problem I worry about is, will all of the bootlicking YouTubers have ruined... They focus so much on the bad, and the way the hate train mob works is that will this game recover from it? That's my only worry, because I'm not worried about the game being polished in time. How much time, I have no idea. But I am worried about when, by the time the game is amazing, nobody wants to play it, because they've moved on. They lost the day one wave, you know? But I found that if the developers have the passion behind it and they push it and they care, the wave will eventually pick back up again. So I'm going to remain positive that's what happens. But for now, this game is way too much fun for me. I don't want to get off. I have to get off because I have to go do other things. I actually have to go Black Friday shopping, which may God have mercy on my soul. But I want to stay on this and play this. This is so much fun. So Ben Cook says, pull the trigger. Thank you so much for the feedback. I just race on controller, but I've seen enough, and you've answered questions regarding other reviews I was wondering about. Well, for another fun fact, I hope your experience on controller is good. I have no idea how that's going to be. I have not touched this game on controller. I've only used my Simagic wheel. So, and I've only used PC. So, I don't want to go past my blessing verbally over, oh yeah, you're going to have a great time. It might suck. It might be terrible. I don't know. It could be fantastic. But this patch gives me a lot of positive reinforcement for future support, because while the day one patch was clearly a gimmick, this patch did work. And I wasn't expecting... This was a silent patch. I think it was a couple megabytes. Like, did nothing. It wasn't like a Call of Duty patch where they give you 57 gigabytes and you got 3 new skins. You know? Anyway. Alright, I am satisfied. For those of you out there who still have this game, who didn't refund it, I would absolutely revisit it. You owe it to yourself. And for those of you that got a refund and aren't completely written off, I would see how things go. I would really grain of salt YouTuber reviews, though, because the only one that I've found to be accurate, like truly accurate, was Gamer Muscle. And Gamer Muscle is the most critical reviewer of sim racing that I've seen. And yet, his is the only one that had positivity in it. I guess the second to that would probably be James Baldwin, because he didn't roast the game. He just was honest about it, whereas I felt like everybody else had a bias involved, like it was personal for them. Like, I like Jimmy Broadbent. He, as an entertainer, he can say and do whatever he wants, and he's never going to be really labeled bad, because I don't think he is a bad guy by any means. But I thought his review was... I feel like the game could have been perfect, and he had a bias going into it, which was his personal experience with, you know, maybe some of the people behind the scene. So, and then Super GT was another one where I feel like he had a bias going into it. And that was Gran Turismo. He might have told himself he was going to give an honest review, but I feel like he had, regardless of what he played, he had mentally checked out because of his bias that was in him already that he may not have even known about. So, anyway, just my opinion. If you want, in my opinion, the best, if you have hours to spare and watch, Gamer Muscle, I think, has had the best live streaming feedback on this game so far. And I agree with him. And I think this patch heavily pushed it to the positive, so. Your front-end controller said it was funny. Is he also on Xbox? That's the other. Those are the two things. The controller and the system you're playing it on, both of those need to be the same to get any kind of legitimate feedback. Especially on consoles where there's no wiggle room for adjustments. Like PC, yeah, you can have different wheelbases, but you have so much range of control on PC that it really doesn't matter what wheelbase you have. Anyway. This was fun. I'm glad I did it. I was on the fence about if I was going to stream today because it's Black Friday, but I don't regret this one bit. This was a good time. I'm glad I did it for myself more so than anybody else, because today was a I would say a 9.5 out of 10 experience in sim racing. More fun than I've had in sim racing today than I have at all, period. And I'm not glazing the game because the game still has its problems, but I'm not your tip. If you're, like I said, if you're the guy that likes the GT3 stuff, my opinion is not going to matter to you, because I don't really like GT3 stuff. But the other racing in this game is phenomenal. So, anyway, folks, that's going to about wrap it up for me. Put in another 4 hours today. I'm content. I'll be back Monday, 10 a.m. to continue on the Project Motor Racing journey and have more fun, because I'm excited. I'm excited to stream this game. So, Anyway, guys, I'll see you all Monday. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the likes. And if you haven't subbed or liked and still want to and you like what you saw, thank you. If not, I'll see you all Monday. Take care, guys. Thanks for being here.